7, 8, 9 items that are going to be held for speakers, right? So I think if it's okay with you, I'll start my mental countdown. All right, thanks. All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Thompson, Councillor. I am the chair of the Economic and Community Development Committee. The city clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'd like to call meeting 26 of the Economic and Community Development Committee to order. I'd like to welcome everyone. I'm aware that 2 members of our committee will be away today, so we do have a bare minimum in terms of our quorum. We have 4 members. Today's meeting is being held with members of council and city staff participating by video conference. The public continues to participate electronically and can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. These measures are necessary to comply with the public health guidelines and to prevent the spread of COVID-19. I ask everyone for their patience with any delays and technical issues. And again, I can't emphasize that enough. We often have technical issues, and again, I just want to ask everyone for their patience, and this would allow the meeting to obviously proceed as seamlessly as possible. We currently have about 33 registered public speakers. The clerk's staff have connected all registered speakers to the meeting audio. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Economic and Community Development Committee's page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, this is a paperless meeting. The clerk has provided all agenda material on the toronto.ca/council and via CMP, which is the clerk's meeting portal. City clerk's IT staff will be available to help members with their devices. Members, we ask you to keep your mics muted unless you wish to question staff or speak on an item, and ensure that your video is in fact turned on. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hand or unmute their mic if they wish to question staff or speak. I will then create a speakers list, and I will call in members when it is their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask that members ensure that they've turned on their video and to raise their hand to indicate their vote. Members, I want to remind you that you must submit and approve your motion by email. Staff are available at ecdc@toronto.ca to help in preparing those motions. If there are any visiting members of council attending the meeting today, I would encourage you to turn on your video so that I know that you are present and can give you the opportunity to ask questions of staff or speak. This will also assist the clerk's staff to record attendance for the meeting. Although we are meeting in different locations today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land that we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississauga of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people. And it is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declaration of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Looking at the screen, I see none. I'd like to ask for a motion to confirm the minutes of our last committee meeting, which is on October 21st. See Councillor Cressy's hands. Councillor Cressy, thank you. All those in favor? Oppose? That carries. All right. Now let's proceed with the agenda review. We have 15 items on the agenda, and there is a new business item. The new business item is a report from the General Manager, Children's Services, on status of a federal-provincial negotiation on affordable and accessible childcare. I see visiting Councillor Ainsley has just joined us. Good morning, Councillor Ainsley, and welcome to our meeting. You are no stranger to this committee. We are always very happy to welcome you here. So, good morning, Councillor.
Mayor Thompson. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you. All right. Let me just go through this here. Just give me 1 second here. All right. So let me just do a quick run through. Okay. Councillor Cressy, there's a new business item. I just wondered whether or not you'd like to move that on so we can add that to the agenda.
Yeah, happy to move to introduce that new business item.
Okay, so I'll ask the clerk just to, if we could put that on the screen and so that we can vote on that, just to introduce that to the agenda, please. All right, so all those in favor in adding the status of federal-provincial negotiation on affordable and accessible child care? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, thank you very much. All right. So moving right along, we have a number of items that we are going to have presenters presenting this morning. The first item is EC 26.1, which is the annual general Toronto Airport Authority update, the GTAA's updates. We'll hold that. We have a presenters they're going to present that item. The next item is EC 26.2, Billy Bishop Toronto Airport restart recovery of air service overview. We have presentation on that, so we will hold that item. The next item is EC 26.3, which is Billy Bishop Toronto Airport, the economic impact study. We will also hold that item. We have speakers. The next item is EC 26.4, amendment to agreement with Campbell House Museum.
I can move that if you'd like, Chair.
Yes, that's fantastic. So Councillor Cressy is moving that item. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Councillor Cressy. The next item is EC 25.6, changes to Business Improvement Area Boards of Management, Award 8, 12, and 15. What say you, members? Councillor Lai?
Move on.
Okay,
To,
move the item.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Councillor Lai. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. The next item is EC 26.6, proposed terms and conditions for long-term lease with a different Booklist Cultural Center at 756 Bathurst Street and acceptance of donation. There are speakers on that item, so I will hold that down. The next item is EC 26.7, City of Toronto Diverse Youth Fellowship Program. There are all awards. There are speakers on that item, so I will hold that as well. The following item is EC 26.8, supporting food security in St. Jamestown. We have speakers, so I'll hold that item down. And then the next item is EC 26.9, granting requests for parents engaged in education and 5 and 2 kitchens. I will hold that down because we do have speakers. Then the next item is EC 26.10, request to review Chapter 349, annual exemption for Reptilia Zoo. There are speakers on that item, so we will of course hold that down. The next item is EC 26.11. I will hold that down because I have some questions. And then the next item is EC 26.12, amendment to purchase order number 6050598 for the Bendale Acres Emergency Generator Retrofit project. I'll move that item. That is in my ward. If anyone wishes to hold it, that's fine, but I would move the item and move the recommendations in the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. The next item is EC 26.13, update to Spotlight on Toronto. All awards. What say you, members?
Speaker, if it's okay, I'd like to hold that down because I understand Councillor Fletcher may be attending, wanting to say a few words on that item.
Okay, Councillor Kresge, I'll hold it in your name.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the next item is EC 26.14, overview on employment lands in the area south of Eastern Avenue. We have Jeff Cantus is here to present on that item, so I will hold that item down. And then the last item, which is EC 26.15, support for business improvement areas, BIAs in the following Toronto Pollinator protection strategy. Does anyone wish to hold that? Is there someone wishes to move that?
Happy to move it.
Councillor Kresge, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much, Councillor Kresge. Members, we have 33 speakers. We have a rather challenging timeline issues with the committee meeting today, because I know that we have one member of the committee has to leave at 2:30. So we are challenged with respect to time because there are two members of committee that are not able to be with us today. Those two members are Councillor Carroll and Councillor Vice Chair Grimes. And so, members, we really do have to get this meeting, concluded before 2:30 or thereabouts, because Councillor Ford has to leave. He has a matter that he has to attend to regarding the Lease budget. Am I right, Councillor Ford? You shake your head that is the issue. And so, members, I'm going to propose that we move that I'm going to move a motion that we look at reducing the speaker's time of the public from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. I'm also going to propose that the sign up for those who may not have signed up before, the cutoff period for registration be at 10 o'clock, as we would normally go to 10:30. But because of the timing issues, we do have to impose some restrictions here. So if members are in agreement or wishes to suggest an alternative course of action, I'm certainly prepared to listen and entertain that. But if you are in agreement, I would like to ask that we take a vote on the proposed motion that's on the screen, which is the cutoff for registration at 10, and also reducing the speaking time to 3 minutes. Just looking at the screen, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. All right, thank you very much, members. Again, I just want to advise members of the public who had come to the meeting prepared to speak for 5 minutes. The committee has altered the speaking time from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. So I would encourage you to obviously adjust your remarks to ensure that you keep within the timelines that has been set and that's been changed to reflect the necessity to move the agenda along for this particular meeting. All right, Madam Clerk, just before we proceed, are there any comments that you wish to make before we move ahead with respect to the presenters?
No, Mr. Clerk, that's Mr. Chair, rather. That's all from my end.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. All right, members, we're going to move right along now. We have a presentation from the GTAA. It's the annual Greater Toronto Airports Authorities update. We have Rajiv Viswanathan board member of the GTAA and board of directors. Also, we have Michael Bendale, manager, government affairs and stakeholders relations of the GTA. So are you both here, gentlemen?
We are.
Oh, fantastic. Great. You may begin. Thank you very much and welcome.
Just looking for my colleague, so Rajiv was going to kick it off.
Okay.
Can you see him on the screen there?
I can't see him as yet, but may I just ask the host if Rajiv is on the screen?
He is telling me that he is on the screen. I don't know if you can hear him or see him. I don't have access to the full screen.
Yeah, maybe I just ask him to speak and we'll see if we can hear him.
Okay.
Rajiv, are you there? Host, I'm wondering whether or not we're having some challenge connecting Rajiv to the system.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Good morning. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Good morning, Chair Thompson. Councillors, good to meet you all. My name is Rajiv Vishwanathan. I'm the GTAA City of Toronto board member. So every year, we provide an update to the region from individuals such as myself who represent you guys on our GTAA board of directors. As Chair Thompson mentioned, I'm here today with my colleague here, Michael Bendale, who's the GTAA's Manager of Government Affairs. So look, sitting on the GTAA's board and in my role as a member of the Audit Committee, I also sit on the Governance and Stakeholder Relations Committee. It's really taken on an added level of importance during COVID. You know, COVID really continues to impact so many aspects of our day-to-day life. Airport management and the board, they really continue to try to navigate through what's arguably one of the most challenging periods in aviation history. You know, we're supported by a new CEO. You might have seen her in the paper. She's been getting quite a bit of press. If you can imagine, she joined us in February 2020 last year, Deborah Flint. And we've got very resilient airport workers. I was there yesterday, and it's amazing the spirits and what people are trying to do to, you know, keep our airport and keep our economy running. And with a commitment to public health, financial sustainability, diversification of revenue, which I'll get into, and hopefully a focus on the eventual recovery. Hopefully all of you are hopefully being able to get on a plane in the not so distant future. So look, the impacts of COVID, I don't need to tell you, have been devastating for the aviation sector, global travel, tourism, and you know, Canada is certainly not spared. The GTAA is a private, not-for-profit corporation without any shareholders, and our revenues are tied directly to passenger and airline traffic. To put it in context, pre-COVID, we were tracking to 50 million passengers a year. This year, we're tracking somewhere from 10 to 11 million total passengers this year. So our revenues and the traffic are, you know, are levels that we've never seen. So as you can expect with that lower passenger traffic, through the last 7 quarters, the airport's had a net loss of almost $1 billion. That's over, and to put that in context, we've added nearly 14% to our pre-pandemic debt levels. Effectively, what we're doing is borrowing to keep the lights on and the runways open. It's a staggering amount, and it's going to severely impact Pearson Airport's timeline for recovery and our ability to compete directly with U.S. and international airports that receive billions of dollars in direct government assistance, and frankly, our ability to hire back people who we furloughed to be able to build out and invest in the critical infrastructure that represents Toronto's Pearson Airport. Now, in the face of these financial challenges, we've reduced our capital spending and operating expenses with a workforce reduction of 30%, and we're consolidating terminal operations where possible. Now, it's not all bad news. There are some silver linings. We're working closely with our airline carrier partners, and we facilitated the movement of critical cargo, making sure medical supplies, food, most recently vaccines, are getting to where they need to be. And we're starting to see the green shoots of air travel recovery, most notably during peak travels of the day. And if you recall, when I was here last year, we were literally at our lowest point in operations, 98% down relative to normal. And so while there's signs of improvement that are evident in 2021, and I'm sure you guys have heard about the Omicron virus, this is a challenging year, and it's going to continue to remain a very long road ahead until we get to a full recovery. So there's no question that a pivotal part of the recovery is going to be reassuring folks that traveling again is going to be safe. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Michael Bendale to take you through the remainder of the presentation.
Thank you, Rajiv. If you can do me a favor, can we advance to slide 3? Is that possible? That's perfect. That's it. So I think Rajiv's done an excellent job describing the COVID impacts that Toronto Pearson is facing and how we've responded as an organization and as an airport. We continue to build on our Healthy Airport commitment that we launched in 2020. In June 2021, we created a travel information hub, which is now the landing page of torontopearson.com. So there, passengers can find information about wait times, COVID-19 testing, travel requirements, and the measures in place to ensure passenger and employee safety. These include mandatory masks, limiting terminal access to only passengers and employees, and enhanced cleaning and air quality measures. I think the value of this resource can't be overstated, particularly in the current environment, and when you consider the rise and fall of variants of concern and how they'll impact the travel ecosystem. So put simply, we've gone to great lengths to ensure Toronto Pearson is a safe and healthy place to travel through when folks are ready to travel again. Next slide, please. If we pull on the Healthy Airport thread a bit more, I know we're all paying attention to the public conversation about vaccines right now. So on September 14th of this year, we released a vaccination policy for our employees, requiring all GTAA employees who aren't exempt as per the Human Rights Act to have attested to full vaccination status by October 31st of this year. We're encouraging all businesses operating at Toronto Pearson to do the same. And this aligns with federal direction on vaccinations. Currently, as of yesterday, all travelers must be vaccinated. Next slide, please. We continue to keep an eye to the future and how planned regional transit lines can connect to Toronto Pearson and provide better transit connectivity. We're pleased to see that a Toronto Pearson connection of the Eglinton Crosstown LRT continues to be a funding priority for government. I believe there's great value in the GTA and the City of Toronto advancing better regional transit connections to Toronto Pearson, whether it's the Eglinton West LRT, a Kitchener GO connection, Finch West LRT, and better bus rapid transit connectivity to the airport. What we consistently hear from our passengers and from residents in regions around the airport is they're looking for a seamless travel experience across municipal boundaries and better connectivity to the airport and to the airport employment zone. Next slide, please. Although our community investment program was operating on a very limited budget this year, it had a notable impact. And this includes partnerships with and investments in several City of Toronto organizations such as Civic Action, NPower, Achieve, Hospitality Workers Training Center, and Mabel Arts. We're very pleased to be able to support the city in its 2026 World Cup bid and partner with the city on YYZ Live, offering performances from local entertainers in terminal. I want to give a quick nod to Councillor Ford, who sits on the GTA's consultative committee. And prior to that, he sat on our aircraft noise committee and has long been a champion for the airport and a vision for the airport area and our employment zone. So many of you will be familiar with our regular noise management forum meetings, including the advanced political briefings we give to elected officials to stay informed about what the airport is doing to address aircraft noise concerns. And that'll be particularly relevant as air traffic continues to return. Next slide, please. We're focused increasingly on operating the airport in environmentally and sustainable ways. 10 years ago, Toronto Pearson committed to a 20% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2020. As the end of 2020 passed, we've well exceeded that target, having shrunk the airport's carbon footprint by nearly 70%. In May 2021, the GTA launched its new environmental policy. It touches every part of our business and makes a commitment to net zero carbon emissions and waste from terminal buildings by 2050. At COP26, the GTAA was among signatories to an ambitious Clean Skies of Tomorrow statement, accelerating the use of sustainable aviation fuel. And I should mention, NAV Canada is currently out consulting on a new modern arrival procedure for Toronto Pearson's northernmost runway. It's known as Required Navigation Performance, or RNP, and allows aircraft to fly more predictable routes, overfly less people, and really makes an environmental contribution by reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide, please. So as you'd expect, we're out talking to every level of government about the measures needed to get Toronto Pearson back on solid financial footing and support recovery of the travel and tourism sector. To be competitive, we must minimize wait times and ensure our customs operations at Toronto Pearson are properly resourced to meet the demand for travel, and the systems are in place to verify a traveler's health credentials, and they need to be seamlessly integrated into border and airline processes. Just as we've seen in the United States, and Rajiv mentioned, we're looking for our government to invest in airport infrastructure to support Canada's competitiveness, including border modernization, runway rehabilitation, COVID testing, and better regional transit connectivity to the airport. I think it's fair to say now more than ever, we need to diversify our revenues at the airport, and we're working with government to facilitate non-aeronautical revenue opportunities. So arrivals duty-free, dual shop stores, retail cannabis as examples. What our passengers, we constantly hear from our passengers is that they expect us to get them to and through the airport quickly, and they expect to have the many concession opportunities that are available at other international airports. So next slide, please. I'll end with this. We have an opportunity to build back better, to get Toronto Pearson back to the 50 million passenger airport it was in 2019, the airport that directly employs 13,000 City of Toronto residents, an airport that will continue to feed the growth of the City of Toronto, its residents, its businesses, and the two largest employment zones in the country, an airport that can facilitate better regional transit connectivity, better direct global connections to get people and goods to market faster, and to assist the city plans, among them reinvigorating Toronto's downtown. So we'll do that together. With that, I thank you for your time and attention today, Chair Thompson, councillors. We look forward to working with you, and Rajiv and I would be pleased to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much, Rajiv and Michael, for your presentation. Let me see whether or not there are any questions of you from members, and there are. Councillor Ford, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Rajiv and Michael. Great to have you at committee. So just in the interest of time, just because we're under the gun here for time for committee, I'll kind of knock off a couple of my questions here. But what I am curious about, and I don't know if you can answer this, what does the other airports, global airports, big airports around the world, what are their numbers looking like in terms of travel and whatnot in comparison to Toronto Pearson?
Yeah, Councillor Ford, I can answer that. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Yeah. So I would say the U.S. is probably 90% back. Europe is probably 3/4 of the way back. Now, I don't know how to think about Omicron because that's a new thing that's come up in the last, 2 weeks. But I would say Canada and our airports are the most restrictive of any developed countries in the world.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of airport planning for the future, I know we've met a number of times with the GTAA, or I have, in terms of what the path forward looks like. So we've gotten to this point in the evolution of the pandemic. Have you, where you thought you would be back in 2020, early 2021? Has it kind of kept pace to your projections, or are you kind of behind, ahead? How's that going?
Councillor Ford, I think your question is really around the sort of the shape of recovery. Is that right?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I'll say we have a lot of different views on the board. You know, I thought we'd be, in my personal view, I thought we'd be back a lot earlier. So, you know, we do base case, worst case, best case planning. We're tracking to our worst case planning right now for 2021 and probably for 2022 as well. It's so variable in terms of, you know, flights. We thought we'll be back to normal, let's call it 70% by March, you know, once March break hits. We don't know how to forecast right now. It's really tough.
Yeah, no doubt.
The airlines are in the same boat.
Yeah, no, definitely a tough environment to do that. So, and then I guess just my last question, broadly, if you had one ask of government, whether it's the federal government, provincial government, the city, what would be that ask? What would help the most right now?
Yeah, I would say use science to determine how people get in and out of the airport in the country. I alluded to earlier, Councillor Ford, we have the most restrictive travel of any other developed country. You're seeing all of those other countries, frankly, travel sort of getting back to normal. In our case, we need to make it easy for people to get in and out of the airport and to be able to get to the airport without minimal muss and fuss, and that's not the case today. And so, look, we want to be healthy, we want to be safe, and we'll do that for sure, and we're part of an ecosystem, but we need to let science dictate versus politics. And right now, my personal view is it's more politics than science.
All right,
Well,
thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Ford. Let me see if there's any further questions of you. There are no further questions of you both. Thank you both very much for your presentation. I would then simply move receipt of this presentation, and again to thank Rajiv and Michael. The GTAA provides such a tremendous impact and benefit for the entire region. And I know that they're working hard, as the presentation has implied and indicated. And we are very much in support of what is taking place there, and certainly the industry to get back, to the 50 million plus passengers coming through. As you know, we have a airport working group, which the GTAA is a part of, and other Porter and the Island Airport and so on, and we'll be hearing from those folks shortly. That is chaired by myself and Cheryl Blackman, who's the acting general manager of economic development. So we are acutely aware as to what's actually happening in the sector. So we thank you both very much, and the fact that we're not asking a lot of questions is because we are updated already. It was an opportunity for you to provide your annual update to us. You've done so in a very clear way, and through the questions that Councillor Ford has asked, has helped to refine and define, obviously, the perspective and position and what the needs are from government. So thank you very much for your presentation, and I look forward to continue working with you, and we'll see you next year for your update. All right, members, so all those in favor of receiving the presentation? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Moving right along, members, we are now going to EC 26.2, Billy Bishop, Toronto Airport, restart and recovery of air service. It's an overview. Jean Carell, who is part of our advisory committee that I was just referencing. Jean is the executive vice president of Ports Toronto and Billy Bishop City Airport. So I will ask Jean to make his presentation, and then we have actually we have no speaker on this item, but Jean, the floor is all yours. Thank you and welcome.
Excellent. Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much. I wanted to say good morning, first of all, to Councillor Lai, Councillor Ford, also Councillor Cressy, who happens to be our councillor specifically around the airport itself. And I do want to recognize and thank Councillor Cressy for his leadership on the Board of Health and the tireless efforts that Councillor Cressy and staff have been dealing with throughout this the pandemic itself. Also, good morning, Deputy Mayor Thompson and Cheryl Blackman, who thank you again for not only chairing and doing great work on the aviation working group, but also at the same time for the invite and the opportunity to speak to this committee on the status of the airport and the recovery itself. First, also, I'd like to thank all the committee here for the opportunity to speak, and on behalf of over 1,500 employees that work at Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport, many of which that are not only Toronto residents, but many of them that actually reside very near to the airport itself. I want to thank everybody for this opportunity on behalf of all of them. As we've talked about before, and I mentioned Councillor Cressy's great work, priority for us continues to be health and safety of not only our passengers, but our employees and all of our stakeholders itself. We have a very robust health and safety program in place, which I'll speak a little bit about in the presentation, and complements the comments, and I won't repeat the comments from my colleagues at the GTAA, but very, very complementary to what it is that we're doing here at Billy Bishop. Next slide, please. First off, just as a bit of a background, Ports Toronto, which operates several businesses within the Toronto area itself, the Outer Harbour Marina, the port, and we also have properties. But today here, I am speaking to you specifically around our airport, Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport, which we own and operate itself. We obviously operate the airport under the tripartite agreement and abide very closely and work very collaboratively within the framework of the tripartite agreement with all of our partners, the City of Toronto and also the federal government. We also have private ownership that exists at the airport, one of which is Newport Aviation, who will be speaking after me today about the economic components of the airport itself, and look forward to having Neil and Jennifer speak specifically around there. They operate the terminal at Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport. Next slide, please. When we speak about recovery and we look at the impacts, my colleagues from the GTAA talked about the devastating impact on the aviation sector, and it's important to step back and realize that in 2019, this airport served about 2.8 million passengers in and out of Billy Bishop Airport, making us the 9th busiest airport in Canada, 6th busiest airport when you look at traffic into the United States itself. An important distinction I'd like to make also is that pre-pandemic, when you looked at the Porter and Air Canada traffic, about 45% of our takeoff and landings at the airport were made up of those two primary operators. There's a very diverse group beyond that. 55% of the traffic at our airport is made up of a very diverse general aviation group that includes flight schools, helicopters, Flight GTAA, as an example, and many other smaller tour operators that provide services at the Billy Bishop Airport. Also beyond that, Medevac, which is a service that's provided by Orange, who has done and continues to do great work, not only during the pandemic, but throughout. As you can see here, about 4,800 takeoff and landings, and those are all critical missions that typically are bringing patients from either hospitals or from accident scenes directly to the great hospitals that we have here in the downtown core itself. When you look at that number of 4,800 passengers, and I'll talk a little bit about this in relation to the pandemic, it is almost double the size of the nearest base, which is London, Ontario. So it shows the importance of Orange and Billy Bishop and the connection to the city itself. Double the size of the closest airport to it, which is London. Next slide, please. When we talk specifically around the commercial restart of service itself, one of the things I'd like to highlight, and as I said, my colleagues at GTA underscored this, and I'll talk specifically about some statistics that I have in this presentation. We had a full suspension of service from both Air Canada and Porter for 18 months. Back in March of 2020, both airlines decided to suspend service, and that really is unique for our airport in the sense that of the top 20 airports in Canada, we're one of the only ones that actually saw full suspension of service with no passengers other than limited charters during that operation, during that period of time. However, it's important to note that especially in some of the darkest days of the pandemic and the early lockdowns, and you'll see this on the slides coming up, we remained open and we made sure that we continued to provide services for our critical components like Orange, who throughout the pandemic itself, as you can see here, not only did they do patient care and patient transfers, they also looked at the immunizations in North communities, Operation Remote Immunity, combined with also when we were seeing surging impacts in our hospitals, they were also transporting individual patients from various locations within Ontario itself. So that was something that continues to be a great effort throughout and great collaboration. When we look at the restart service, September the 8th, we saw a restart, and I'll speak specifically on the subsequent slides. But I do want to highlight that throughout that period of time, that we did see reduced operations and where things were quieter, we took the opportunity to make some investments, and strategic investments, including our Maryland Bell Ferry electrification project, which we're proud to say will be coming back into operation in December. We also made critical investments that support the Bathurst Key Neighborhood Plan and doing some really important work on the front end, which was enabling work to ensure that we're complementing additional pieces on that great project that Councillor Cressy and staff have brought forward. So over $3 million that were invested during that period of time as well. And the final point, specifically around the ACI accreditation, this is an overview specifically of our plan and identifying the fact that the robustness built around keeping our employees and our passengers and our stakeholders safe. Next slide. Thought it'd be helpful to put a timeline together specifically around some of the key events around recovery and restart. As I said, September the 8th, we saw a restart of service, specifically around Porter Airlines starting domestic service to certain destinations, combined with the Air Canada resumption of service to Montreal with 4 flights a day. On September the 17th, Billy Bishop Airport was added to the list of approved international gateways with flights arriving from the United States. And on that particular day, we saw 4 additional destinations from the U.S., which incidentally has been one of the robust areas of our recovery so far to date. At that time, the airlines were operating at about 30% capacity, and that is in relation to the number of seats that were offered when we look back to pre-pandemic traffic. Next slide. On October the 6th, this is where the airlines in particular Porter resumed year-round service to all of their destinations. Combined with the increase in activity with Air Canada, we were seeing about 40 to 50% of pre-pandemic traffic in October. Thanksgiving Day weekend, which was the first long weekend that we experienced resumption of service. Happy to report that we had robust days of travel, especially around folks that wanted to go visit friends and family over that long weekend itself. On October the 31st, Air Canada announced a new service from Billy Bishop to Ottawa and commenced that service on October the 31st. So they now service both Ottawa and Montreal. Next slide. When we look forward and see upcoming impacts and planning activities, we look at airport capacity for the winter peak holiday season, which we're anticipating, and obviously Omicron will have an impact, and that's yet to be determined, as GTAA has said. But we were looking at about 70 to 80% of pre-pandemic capacity, and there's advanced bookings that are looking very encouraging, especially with the folks that family and friends that want to be able to get together and connect over the holidays itself. We also are seeing an anticipation of a resumption of service to Mount Tremblant, which is the first seasonal route that Porter is bringing back online. When we look forward, we also have key initiatives beyond working through what we are dealing with day-to-day today. We're also under efforts of looking at summer 2022. Also continue to work with both governments in the U.S. and Canada on pre-clearance facilities and bringing that to Billy Bishop. And also Connect Airlines, which is an airline that is going through a startup process and getting certification both in the U.S. and will follow with authorization in Canada to be able to operate out of Billy Bishop, potentially at the end of the first quarter of 2022 with services into Philadelphia and Chicago O'Hare. Next slide. Thought it'd be helpful, and I know it was asked earlier about recovery, and when we look at trends specifically from a passenger perspective, these following slides here, and this one in particular, captures 21 airports in Canada as far as reporting data, which captures about 95% of the traffic that we would see in Canada. As you can see on the slides here, 2018-19, the top lines following a very consistent pattern of activity pre-pandemic, and then of course in March, the impact of the pandemic itself and the red line dropping overall passengers. You could start to see in 2021 with the recovery in the summer that my colleagues at Toronto Pearson spoke to, and as of October, we sit as a Canadian industry at about 47% in comparison to 2019. Still year to date at 23%, so indicating a very slow recovery. I did want to highlight most recent data in the last 7 days. When you look at the Canadian context, it's about 55% overall traffic in Canada. And as highlighted by my colleague at the GTAA, in the United States, it's about 85 to 90%. Very robust demand over the U.S. Thanksgiving Day weekend. Next slide. This breaks down in the next 3 slides, and it's important to note recovery is different by market. This in particular is the domestic market, and as you can see when you look at the overall 47% in Canada, 58% is driven by domestic traffic. And we saw that recovery occurring over the summer and continuing when you look at the trend line in comparison to 2020 and 2021. Next slide. Trans-border service, as you can see, 32% when you compare October 2019 to October 2021. That trend line is continuing to grow, including when I speak specifically to Billy Bishop, you'll see that trend line as well. But as you can see, the recovery with restrictions that were in place, much slower compared to domestic. International on the next slide. International recovery, you look at 36% in comparison from October to 21 to 2019. Once again, 13% recovery when you look at the total year to date. So once again, the recovery itself, and this is pre-Omicron impact, but as you can see, there is recovery, but still a long way to go forward. Next slide, please. The next two slides are specific to our traffic at Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport. And as you can see, consistent with what we would have seen at Canadian airports 2018 and 19 following a very similar trend line. The impact of COVID bringing us down to almost a zero passenger base. As I said, we had few charter passengers that were coming through the airport. The recovery in September of 2021 and October bringing us up to where we sit today. November, I'm anticipating that we'll see that line continue to recover in comparison to 2019 data. Next slide. I mentioned earlier this is a bit of a busy slide, but it really captures all the aircraft movements, and these are the takeoff and landings, as I mentioned earlier, that includes the general aviation activity, helicopters, medevac, and you'll see that on the, I would point to the yellow line itself and also the gray line in 2020. April and May, as you can see, even though we've reduced down to medevac only, it's still about 2,000 movements each month, and really highlights the fact of the critical importance of making sure this airport was open, because those were 2,000 critical missions that were happening. The trend line continues to grow in 2021. In November, we're expecting to exceed not only 2020 data, but get very close to the 2019 data. Next slide. These are the breakdowns from a passenger standpoint, 32% for the month of October when you compare to pre-pandemic traffic, which is only about 5% when we look at the overall recovery year to date with the restart in September. We are forecasting November to be in and around the 40 to 45% range. Aircraft movements, as I mentioned, 74% when we look at the overall impact of comparison of the 2 years, including year to date at 56%. Next slide, please. And my final slide here, and I'd close with these particular comments at the end, and happy to take any questions. From our perspective, we think not only do we have a unique asset at this airport itself, looking at the close proximity to the city itself, with it being less than 2.8 kilometers to the downtown core, we are very, very focused, and we are working very closely with the city and the federal government and many others to look at the economic recovery in the short term that this airport can provide. And at the same time, looking at the ability to unlock the long-term potential of this key transportation asset itself. We believe the city and Toronto are very well aligned for recovery, looking back to our master plan and our ambitions of being a cleaner, greener, and quieter airport. We believe it's time for a right, smart, sustainable investment approach, looking at how we as an airport can take the world-class city that we have in Toronto and looking at the world-class airport that sits at our doorstep to complement each other on a go-forward basis. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Gene. I'm just looking to see whether or not there are any questions of you for members. Okay. Let me just ask you a couple of quick questions, Gene. Thank you. Pre-clearance, U.S. particularly, is that available now at the Island Airport? Are you able to do that now? And if not, why not? And if you were able to, how would it help and advance business for the airport?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Great question. Currently, right now, Billy Bishop does not have a pre-clearance site. We do not have a facility that's built. We have built into the terminal itself the ability to bring pre-clearance to us. We have a design of the facility that sits about 90% completed. And so as of right now, we don't have it today. We believe it's of critical importance, and you'll hear in a subsequent presentation from Newport the opportunity that exists from an economic recovery perspective, and not only bringing in new destinations, but also at the same time looking at increasing security and and also at the same time increasing customer convenience to get into and from the United States itself. So we think it's of critical importance to us. What stands in the way of us bringing this facility is a few key steps that need to occur both in Canada and the U.S., and we are working very closely with our federal partners and in the U.S. specifically on getting some of the pieces finalized as far as design, and then also looking at the economics of the facility itself and the operation. We would be the first facility that would operate under a different model than the existing 8 in Canada, which requires a contribution specifically to operating the facility and bringing staff to the airport itself. So we are working very closely trying to find an economic model that will work for everybody, and most importantly, obviously, for the airlines and the passengers itself. With a few things falling in place, Deputy Mayor, we could be looking at a facility being ready to go within 18 to 24 months, and it is one of our key priorities that we're working with all of our partners on.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. That's all the question I had for you. I'm just looking to see if any members had any additional question. All right, there are no further questions of you, Jean. Thank you very much for your presentation. Members, I would move that we receive this particular item. And again, Councillor Lai, you have questions? Oh, you're moving to receive? Oh, okay, that's great. Okay, just give me 1 second. Okay, so we move receipt of this item, and just to thank Mr. Campbell for his presentation and thank him and his leadership that is taking place with respect to the ports and the airport. And we look forward to continuing working with you and the continued success of the airport. Airport's vital with respect to its economic impact to the city. I'm often told by many how delighted they are to be able to land right in the downtown area of Toronto and be able to commence their business and then be able to get back on a flight and to go back to where they need their next destinations, and also for folks traveling in and around the country and areas where Porter and the other airlines, not just Porter, Air Canada is there as well, and it's just a level of convenience. And in fact, I was at the area on the weekend and having dinner, and the planes were flying, and the people at the dinner table were saying, "Wow, it's great to hear the planes in this area." And these are people who live in this area. They were quite excited about the energy that is being made aware based on the fact that the airport and the airplanes flying by brings them a level of energy and joy, quite frankly. I suspect there are others who may not be as joyful, but at the end of the day, this was the conversation that happened at the on the weekend. So, Jean, thank you very much, and I would move receipt of this particular item. All those in favor of the item? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Members, we're just moving right along. As I said, we do have a time crunch, and so I would now like to ask Neil Patey, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Newport Aviation, and Jennifer Quinn, the Chief Operating Officer of Newport Aviation, to provide their presentation. And the presentation is the Billy Bishop Toronto City Airport. It's the economic impact study that they are here to present to us today. Neil and Jennifer, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Thompson, and thank you very much for inviting us to address this panel. And yeah, I'd just like to say hello to all the councillors and people present. Great to meet you if I haven't met you before. I'm going to employ the swivel chair way of doing Zoom, because I'm going to swivel out when Jen swivels in, and we're very lucky to have invested in swivel chairs to help with this Zoom technology for such an occasion. So just going straight into the presentation, and if we turn the page, thank you very much. Just a word really just about Newport, because we're one of those brands that you probably don't hear very much about, and that's very appropriate, because obviously the brands that we really want to push is the airport brand itself, Billy Bishop, Toronto City Airport, and of course the airline brands, because it's the airlines who would be selling the seats to the public, and sometimes you know, throw in the Newport brand into the mix and Ports Toronto brand into the mix, and it can get a bit confusing. So just a bit about Newport. We're an infrastructure investment fund, and the investment was 6 years ago. The investment was a big investment. I've seen press reports of 700 million. I've seen a press report of $1 billion, but that's whatever it is. It's an extremely high number, and that was to pay Porter to buy the terminal from Porter. And with the terminal comes quite a lot of other responsibilities at the airport, the gate management, etc. Plus, we're the funder and operator of the free transport service that operates from the airport to the city. Again, clearly, we brand that bus in the names of the airlines. Again, going back to my point about Newport not being a brand that we could put out there to the public, really. But it is important that our key stakeholders understand who we are and why we have so much skin in the game. And since that investment, by the way, we also invested 50 million separate to all that to upgrade the terminal and make it what it is today. And obviously working very closely with Jean and Jean's colleagues at the airport. Could I just turn the page, please? Yeah, so the purpose of this presentation is really just to reveal our economic impact study. There had been studies in the past. It's always important for airports to do these studies and analyse their economic impact, and obviously, you know, people's economic impact does far far greater than ourselves. But we kind of thought, well, we need to update this. Jean had led an initiative on the master plan in 2018. That gave us some vision about how we, you know, going into the US CBP, for example, and we thought, well, we better stick to the master plan in terms of the number of slots it looks at, and the capacity constraints within that master plan, and assess what the economic impact study would be. So that's what we're here to talk about. And we also we used the global experts in this field, and also Dr. Lazar of York University was involved and validated it and peer reviewed it. And next page, please. And again, we kind of looked at all this in the recovery context. So one of the key things at the time was, look, we know that we have to secure our business, and some of those aspects that the GTAA were describing about loss of revenue, of course, we've had our own issues, but we are a long-term open-ended infrastructure fund, so we were able to weather these and carry on. But it's also given us a great opportunity to build our stakeholder relationships, and maybe notably from the city council perspective, Artworks TO. There's also on the film side, we're now registered with Ontario Creative as a film location. So we're doing quite a lot of things, and also Destination Toronto would be very key for us in terms of rebuilding back activity as they seek to build back conventions, etc. They kind of go hand in hand with our airport, being the city airport. So very strong focus on recovery. We also have airports in Australia who also happen to be on the land of their forefathers and the Indigenous communities. So that's actually quite an interesting benchmark for us, because we fully respect that as well, and I've recently been doing quite a lot of activity with the Anishinaabe Health Foundation in particular. Next slide, please. Yeah, so turning back to that Toronto visitor economy piece, we kind of know and again, the credit to Deputy Mayor Thompson and Cheryl for bringing us together with our partners in that aviation committee that Deputy Mayor Thompson referred to, and Scott Beck is of course one of the key people on that committee, and working with Scott, Jan from the Board of Trade has been very, very important to us for the recovery journey. So this really slide is just a few bits of data around that, and what we are context is. And if I turn to the next slide, and I'll just do my swivel chair piece and let Jen, our Chief Operating Officer, come in to say hello.
Thanks, Neil, and hi, everyone. So let me now just dive into the results of the York Aviation Economic Impact Study. So as Neil mentioned, the study really looked ahead into the future of what the potential economic impacts would be of further investment in the Billy Bishop Airport in line with the master plan from 2018. So some of the key assumptions underlying the study: slot growth to 246 slots per day, delivery of the U.S. preclearance facility, which we spoke about earlier and Jean referenced, and that really enables us to serve market demand that's not currently being served. And what we see from those assumptions and looking ahead to 2025 is that there's a significant increase in the economic impact. GDP would more than double from what was estimated in 2015, $2 billion annually, to $4.8 billion annually in 2025, and that's net of the impact of the GTAA. We also see annual direct tax revenues of $150 million related to on-site activities. So when you think about broader and indirect activity, it would be even larger. Total employment activity of 33,900 jobs, including 3,350 on-site. Further investment in the terminal and in the airport, and monetized time savings for passengers that was valued by York Aviation at $28 million per year. Next slide, please. So just to add a bit of context and color to what these figures really represent, if we think about, for example, the total jobs of 33,900, that's roughly the size of the employed labor force in North Bay, Ontario. Looking at the direct on-site tax activity, the $150 million is across all levels of government. 100 million of that estimated to be federal taxes, which could operate Canada's national parks for 2 months or pay for 470 RCMP officers. 45 million of that estimated tax revenue for provincial taxes could operate the University Health Network, including hospitals such as Toronto Western, for 6 days. And municipally, looking at an estimated 5 million in taxes could fund the Toronto Paramedic Services for a week. Next slide, please. So as we talked about, the U.S. preclearance facility is really one of the key assumptions and key enablers of reaching that economic potential in 2025. Jean just spoke of the project, and it really has been in the works now for a number of years. It was referenced in the 2018 federal budget. In 2019, there was an agreement between the U.S. and the Canadian government, and we continue to work with stakeholders to advance the project and hopefully realize that in the next 18 to 24 months, as Jean alluded to. And what we know in looking at other jurisdictions is that there is a significant impact in terms of having a U.S. preclearance facility to increase and drive activity at airports. Looking to Halifax, after the introduction of this facility, there was a 29% increase in transborder passengers. In Dublin, an immediate 20% increase in U.S. inbound passengers. And so really we see that as driving the tourist economy here in the city of Toronto. Next slide, please. And just to sort of further emphasize that, it's in addition to government support at various levels for this project, we know there's other stakeholders out there who are keen to see this come to fruition. We've collected over the past year and a bit about 15 letters of support and continue to collect more letters of support from various chambers of commerce, Waterfront Business Improvement Association, and others. So thank you to those for those elements of support. So I'll hand it back to Neil just for concluding remarks, and then we'll close our presentation. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Jen. Just the last slide, thank you. Yeah, just in terms of concluding then, yep, we know the recovery is a long journey, and we know we're central to that journey. That's why we're working with the stakeholders to help us get back to where we were and beyond, and back on the growth plans that were envisaged in terms of the economic upside and the future here hold for everybody. So we know that our role is pretty critical in that, and that we have a key driver of employment and so forth. The bits I just wanted to mention, I used to have good discussions with Howard Eng at the GTAA. I'm sure a lot of people would have met Howard, and Howard would actually be very working with us, he said, in terms of seeing the City of Toronto as a bit of an airport network. So, because we've got some small aircraft, and Pearson, they've managed to increased the number of seats per aircraft movement over the years, and that's very successful in how to manage overall runway capacity. And the role of the other airports, like Hamilton, is not to be overlooked either. And actually, it's that city airport networks which actually, for me, gives Toronto a significant advantage over many other cities. And I've worked at airports across in Europe and also Canada, and so I kind of know that and see it as a big strength for Toronto, and very thankful for that. So that really would finish. I'll just say, that this doesn't mean to say this is all we do. We're very focused on safety, as you might imagine, very focused on sustainability. We want to be part of the Toronto solutions and correct, working with the right stakeholders in terms of sustainability and in terms of that goal to have, the cleaner, greener, quieter airport. And as I open up ended the infrastructure fund, we can see that we've got a role to play with that, and also in terms of landside access and the community in particular, we want to be working more with schools, etc. as well. So there's lots of community outreach that is very central to our DNA, and I know it's also central to Jean and the Port Authority. So that also creates a lot of synergy between the organisations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Neil and Jennifer. Members, questions for either of our presenters? Let me just ask you a quick question then, please, to both of you. You talked a little bit about cleaner and greener airport. Can you sort of unpack that a little bit for me, Neil, and tell me what are some of the things that you're doing to ensure cleaner, greener, environmentally responsible and or stewardship to ensure that the recognition of the importance of the environment and the the movements of planes and so on, because some will say that planes and the environment, they don't seem to really mix, and there's a real need for, perhaps some will say no planes should be in the air. I've heard some people say that. I'm just wondering what folks are doing there. That's not realistic, by the way, but I'm just simply saying I've heard people say that.
Right. Thank you very much. A great question, and really one that central to us. And look, all that in recent weeks on climate change, and back in my home city of Glasgow, we also had the world's leaders and addressing it. And so, for airports, it's absolutely crucial that we're not just on top of the agenda, but we actually are doing things short term and looking at things we can do long term. So in terms of the short term, well, we know, we've seen Jean and the Port of Toronto looking at the electrification of the ferries. Well, I mentioned earlier we've got the bus operation here. So we're actively looking at bringing in electrified bus services as a shorter term measure. And then the longer term, you're kind of looking at R&D and things like hydrogen fuel development, etc. And why not be at the vanguard of that? If we're serious about the greener, the cleaner, greener, quieter agenda, then we need to be looking at how do we bring in. I mean, actually, the Q400 aircraft are perhaps a lower hanging fruit in terms of the aircraft that could adapt to the newer fuel efficient technology faster. And so we want to be investing in that, and hopefully not as long term as it might sound at the moment. We want to be bringing that advancement forward, and not afraid to say it so that we can be held accountable for it later on. What have you done?
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for answering my question, and thank you for your presentation, both to you and Jennifer. I'm just looking to see if there is any additional consideration of questioning for members. I could see none. I would now like to simply move receipt of this item, and again thank Neil and Jennifer for the excellent presentation. Sorry, my apologies. There is a speaker, so let me just go to that list. And all right, so I won't move receipt of it yet because the matter is still open. So we have Brian Hilaire of Parks, Not Planes, to speak on this item. Brian, are you with us? You have 3 minutes, please.
I hope so. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes. Good morning. How are you?
Excellent. My name is spelled, it's pronounced Eiler. It's Brian Eiler.
Ah, there. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm here speaking for Parks Not Plains. We came together to pursue a tantalizing opportunity. The city's $1 a year lease to Ports Toronto for a portion of the Toronto Island Airport lands expires on June 30th, 2033, less than 12 years away. There is no right of renewal. The city's 2019 Parkland Strategy Report tells us that downtown Toronto is more deficient in parkland than any other area of the city, and its population continues to grow. We submit that when that lease ends, that 215 acres of Island Airport lands should be converted to a park and joined to the Toronto Island Park to create 800 acres of public park open to all citizens. I'm here because both Ports Toronto and Newport Aviation ignore the reality of that expiry and simply assume that you will do what they want without carefully weighing where the public interest lies. The highest and best use of those extremely valuable, publicly owned lands is certainly not as an airport. There is a reason city center airports are being shut down and converted to parkland in Chicago, Edmonton, Santa Monica, and Berlin. The Island Airport should be next. Any purported economic benefit from the Island Airport is just as readily generated at Pearson. We know that even before COVID, Porter was losing a lot of money. $19 million in 2017, it projected $40 million in 2018, and $30 million in 2019. Porter's business has failed to materially grow since 2012. No one has been able to run a financially successful passenger service out of the Island Airport. Not Air Ontario, not City Express, and now not Porter. That is fact. The wishful thinking evident in Newport's predictions of significant growth are not based in reality. There's something else that both Ports Toronto and Newport choose to ignore. Their rosy projections ignore the desperate need to drastically reduce carbon emissions. If we are to reduce the chances of more wildfires, more heat domes, and more flooding, and ensure that our planet is livable for our children, we need to fly a lot less and choose more environmentally friendly alternatives like the forthcoming high-frequency rail. The city can and should tell Newport and Ports Toronto that the lease will not be renewed because the need for parkland is far more important than their business operations.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you. Your time is up. 3 minutes. Let me see if there are any questions of you, sir. I see no questions of you. Thank you very much for your presentation, sir. All right, so members, I'd now like to move receipt of the, oh, Joe, are you moving receipt?
Oh, I wanted to say a few words on the item, if that's okay.
Oh, fair enough. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so go ahead, please, Councillor Cressy, to speak. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, and I'll be supporting the motion for receipt. Can I just, I didn't speak on the previous item, can I just start first in thanking Jean from Ports Toronto for the first item. Jean made reference to, I represent the area we're dealing with here, to the Bathurst Key Neighbourhood Plan, and I do want to acknowledge for this committee that after years of debates over what we didn't want, over the last 7 years, we have come together as a neighborhood, as ports, as the city, as city staff, for what we do want, which is a revitalized and transformed Bathurst Key area. Collectively, all governments, ports, the city putting in $28 million towards that, and I want to acknowledge that. And I also, I want to thank Newport for the deputation, and I want to say two things here, because I would acknowledge, and I think we would all acknowledge, that there certainly is economic impact and benefits derived from it. But I think we also have to acknowledge that in the long term, there is a need to consider other objectives. Economic, certainly, as it relates to an airport, but also other city building objectives, whether that's housing or public space, the economic impact of those, and also climate change. And that's not for today. That is certainly for the future. But I do think it's worth us acknowledging that there are many considerations all governments, all partners, all of us are going to have in terms of the best use of land on a go-forward basis. And that's not an easy discussion, but it is an acknowledgement that that is one that ultimately we will collectively have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Cressy. So moving receipt of the item, all of those in favor, opposed, that carries. Thank you. All right, members, we're moving to our next item is EC 26.6. We have a number of speakers. That item is the proposed terms and condition for a long-term lease with a different Booklist cultural center at 756 Bathurst Street, and also the acceptance of donations. I have about 5 speakers. The first speaker that I have is Lionel Borlson, who is with the Ontario Council of Agencies Serving Immigrants. And Lionel, are you there? You have 3 minutes to speak. Lionel, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead, please, sir.
All right, perfect. So first thing first, I want to say thank you, Councillor Thompson, and also Councillor Blayton, and also the staff of the City of Toronto. So my name is Lionel, and as an introductory, I've been actually collaborating and supporting a different Booklist Control Center for a few years now. And to me, what I want to mention today is that the opportunity to have that status with Donatio to receive more funding, and also offer the opportunity to give receipts to donators will actually give the opportunity of the center to offer more activities and I would say cultural enlightenment to the youth, which is the main target of this center, right? And we all know that going through this pandemic, the youth, especially from racialized community, are definitely in need of more activities that can help them to remain active and also keeping a good level of sanity, I would say. And it's also shown that offering more cultural activity to the youth can also help prevent some, I would say, undesirable effect that we can observe sometimes, whether it's like violence or actually anything, I would say, sometimes that is negative and correlated to being part of a racialized youth. So I think that opportunity, we definitely give that opportunity to the cultural center to just have more means and more offerings to the youth, whether it's for also, for instance, participating in activities related to learning new languages or learning more about their just cultural background and participating in the life of the City of Toronto. And I've been witnessing that already. I'm bilingual myself, French and English, and sometimes I've been having some workshop with the youth over there, and I will always see how actually that would just help those people escape their environment and just having access to new ideas and new, I would say, dimension that they might never actually have access to other else. Because this cultural center is very unique. I don't think there are many cultural centers of that kind in the City of Toronto. And that's why I really hope and believe that the City of Toronto should definitely give that opportunity of using the charity, I mean the donatio status, so that they can raise more funds, and that would be a very great incentive for people to actually donate even more money to that cultural center. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me see if there's any questions for you, sir. There are no questions of you. Thank you. I see that we're joined by Councillor Layton is visiting us. Councillor Layton, good morning and welcome. Good to have you. I know this item is in your area, is that correct? Excellent, good. All right, excuse me. Our next speaker is Dan Yasinski. Dan, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Good morning. We can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Well,
you may proceed.
I'm honored to be here, and thank you all for being here in this leadership role. I'd like to support a different Booklist Cultural Center by telling you a story, and I think it's relevant. Hope you enjoy it. It's a story from Cameroon. It says that the chief was going to give a feast and invited everybody in the village to the feast. Everybody from miles around could come. And he said, just bring a little palm wine in a calabash and bring it to the big jar in the middle of the village, and everybody will bring palm wine to the feast. Well, one man said to his wife, I don't have any palm wine, and I don't want to spend the money on it. And his wife said, but that's not fair. He said, I'm going to go to the feast with water in my calabash. She said, no, you should go buy some from your neighbor. He says, water in that great big jar, no one will notice the difference. And so he came to the feast with water in his calabash instead of palm wine. And he emptied it into the big jar, and the feast was happening, and everybody was there for the great celebration. And when the chief came out, everybody was given a bowl of something from that big jar in the middle of the courtyard. And the servant said, honor to the chief. Everybody lifted up their bowl and tasted it, and this man did as well. But it didn't taste like palm wine. And councillors, honorable councillors, I think you know what it tasted like. It tasted like water, because nobody had brought palm wine. Everybody said, somebody else will bring it, I will bring water and save my money. And the story, the proverb that comes out of that story in Cameroon is, if water is all you bring to the feast, water is all you'll have to drink. And I just wanted to honor a different Booklist Cultural Center as well by saying, this is one of the treasures of the city. It serves many communities. It's a place of memory, a place of imagination. And this is, so much work has gone now to the foundation of this new move to the West Bank, to the new building. I think a chance for the city to bring palm wine to this particular feast is in front of you on the agenda today, and I thank you for considering it. It's a true treasure. I've traveled to many cities around the world, as I'm sure you have. There is nothing like it. Here in Toronto, it's unique.
Thank you, sir. Let me see whether or not there's any questions of you. There are no questions. Thank you very much for your presentation. The next speaker is Carl James, York University. Mr. James, are you there?
Yes, thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. You have 3 minutes. Thank you. Great to hear you.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much for having me, sir. Thanks very much to the city staff and councillors for taking this into consideration and for acting upon it. I think the significance of the center speaks to the cultural space that it provides for the community, the Black community in particular, and the larger Toronto community. The census of 2016 indicated to us the youthful age of the Black community. And we should pay attention to that, since we've always had the great need for education that will speak to our community members and Black youth in particular. So the center serves as a resource for these young people and the larger Black community who have long desired a resource that would speak to their relevant cultural and responsive needs, interests, and aspirations. That center will also add to not only the Black community, but to the whole Toronto community in providing educational, cultural, and the social milieu for everyone for whom the city is responsible. The impact of such a resource will contribute to the nurturing of the social lives and the social relationship interaction, and speak to the diversity of the Toronto community, and therefore supplement the cultural events that we have ever so often provided in the city. The timeliness is also significant here, because we're going to be moving post-COVID-19 and post-discussions where we've been talking about systemic racism. I think the Cultural Center provides that resource that will enable and support that movement that we have to think of as we reimagine a community or a Toronto, which will have to respond to the social, political, economic, and educational needs of all. And I think that the center positions itself quite well, both in its geographic location and in terms of the activities it has been doing up to date. And for all that, I think it deserves and will be, I think, one of those icons in the city that the city can become proud of, as we always do, once people are contributing to the betterment of what we are. So thanks very much. Thanks very much for considering it and for hearing me.
Thank you very much, Mr. James. Let me see if there's any questions of you, sir. There are no questions of you, Mr. James. Thank you for your presentation. Our next speaker is Lenore Clark. Ms. Clark, are you there? Host, is Ms. Clark available?
Speaker is available and the line has been unmuted.
Okay.
Clark, if you are available, please proceed.
Ms. Clark? Why don't we come back to Ms. Clark and then let's move to Heather Kelly, Bloor Street Cultural Corridor, and we'll come back to Ms. Clark.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Is this Ms. Clark or Kelly?
This is Ms. Kelly. Hello, it's
Ms.
Heather.
Kelly, hi, good morning. You have 3 minutes. You may begin now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be in front of this committee again on behalf of the Bloor Street Culture Corridor. A Different Booklist Cultural Center has been a vital community destination on Bathurst and a leader in the neighborhood for decades. Now, this isn't a new cultural organization. It's a long-standing pillar of the community. It's a catalyst. It's a place of education and opportunity and mentorship. And it's a hub of arts and music and literature and African and Caribbean Canadian culture and community, where everyone truly feels welcome. And it has been this hub for decades, long before the Bloor Street Culture Corridor formed around it. But now the Bloor Street Culture Corridor is really values and respects a Different Booklist Cultural Center as one of our members of the corridor. Now, the BCC is a consortium of 22 arts and culture organizations, and a Different Booklist Cultural Center has an incredibly important role in the corridor. It's a fundamental part of the artistic and cultural diversity of the neighborhood. We convene our organizations in the Different Booklist Cultural Center space. A Different Booklist Cultural Center has participated in a cultural diplomacy project we undertook with the North American Cultural Diplomacy Initiative. ITA is an active voice at Leadership Council meetings, an important presence at culture sector gatherings, and has developed partnerships with numerous Bloor Street Culture Corridor organizations. Really, all of this is to say that a Different Booklist Cultural Center is a leader and an active partner and an inspiration in the neighborhood and among Bloor Street Culture Corridor organizations. And, you know, its location on Bathurst is a vital destination for convening community, the many different communities that a Different Booklist Cultural Center is part of. It provides a safe, welcoming, positive, powerful space for people of African and Caribbean heritage and is truly warmly welcoming to everybody else. It's a vital part of the culture, the commerce, and the community ecosystem of the Annex and Mirvish Village neighborhoods. So the lease at 756 Bathurst really is representing a secure long-term home base, and the ability to accept donations are both fundamental to the stability and the sustainability of a Different Booklist Cultural Center in its active roles as a long-standing leader and vital destination in the neighborhood, a valued member of the Bloor Street Culture Corridor.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Your time is up. 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Let me see if there's any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation. Clerks, do we have Ms. Clark?
Chair, I'm unable to raise Ms. Clark, but her line is unmuted. If she is available, please go ahead.
Okay, Ms. Clark, are you available to speak? All right, we'll just give Ms. Clark another 10 seconds, and then we will have to move on. Ms. Clark, are you available to speak? Okay, we are not able to connect with Ms. Clark. All right, are there any questions of staff regarding this report? Visiting Councillor Layton, don't know if you have any question. All right, to speak. Councillor Layton, did you wish to speak? You may begin.
Yes, please,
3
Mr.
minutes.
Chair. Listen, it's not often that we get to speak to items that we've been working on for many years and that we believe will have a profound impact in our communities and in our city in a way like this report does. This is a labor of love, of dedication, as well as an enormous amount of hard work by both city staff and community partners. And there's many people that I need to thank, and I'll try to be brief because I know that you've got a packed agenda. But to Sally Hahn and to Lori Martin, they have put an enormous amount of time and dedication into this project. And we would not be here if it wasn't for their hard work on the staff side. I know that at times it's been a challenge because this is not an easy project. This we don't do these often, and there's a lot of moving parts, and they have managed this in an incredible way with such dedication and passion, and truly believe in the outcome of what we're trying to do in this space. Darren Somas and the team at CREM, Legal, and EDC, who all worked on this to get it to this stage, I thank you all very, very much. The planners involved from the very beginning up until now to ensure that a different Booklist Cultural Center had a presence in the revitalized site of Mirvish Village, as well as, of course, to Aita Sadhu and Miguel San Vicente for the vision that they brought to this. I'm going to tell you a little story. It's not about plum wine. I'm going to tell you a little story. It was about, I was looking through all my books here, all my notes from books. I don't know if all of you have a little library like this with every year your notes from your meetings. And I was trying to find the exact date. I'll find it for the archives. But Sadhu and Miguel, Aita and Miguel came into my office and sat down and said, Mike, our bookstore that's been here for decades will no longer exist after Mirvish Village is redeveloped. All of the Black, or most of the Black-owned businesses along Bathurst that was once had a very strong Black presence will have been displaced through redevelopment, gentrification, and just the movement of people in and around our city. We thought about it for a moment, and there was an idea on the table about having a permanent home for Black culture and arts as it had been previously in the Bathurst and Bloor area.
Councillor, at the 3-minute mark, I'm going to give you 10 seconds more to complete, please. We're concluding the remarks at 3 minutes, please.
Okay, I'll just very quickly say that.
Thank you. Go ahead.
We had a long conversation about how and what the path would look like. It has been a winding one, but we're here today after having secured space on the site for this, as part of the redevelopment agreement, for a different Booklist Cultural Center to remain there and to ensure that there is a Black cultural and arts presence in the community for the decades to come. And I thank everyone involved from the bottom of my heart. This has been a hard project to move forward, and there is still a lot of heavy lifting involved, but we have made an enormous milestone today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Cressy to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chair. This project has truly been years in the making. In the last term of council, I had the privilege of representing the area where a different Booklist Cultural Center is, and worked closely with Councillor Layton, but really with city staff, the local community. But we also just did and followed the direction of a different Booklist Cultural Center. We followed Aita and Miguel and their large and remarkably tenacious community to find a way to get to yes. And it is to their relentless pursuit and leadership that I want to express my gratitude. I do want to tell you that this is on Bathurst Street. Bathurst Street, this is Blackhurst. This is Blackhurst because the first Black councillor in our city, William Hubbard, to whom Chair Thompson has a portrait in his office and carries on his legacy, was born at the corner of Bathurst and Bloor in 1842. The Contrast newspaper, Jojo Quinto, Royson James, they all wrote for Contrast, was located near Bathurst and Bloor. The Ashanti Room, Bev Maskell's businesses, Honest Ed's was known as the Black Eatons. I mean, there is history, not just in these walls, but in this community, and what was forged on Blackhurst. And a different Booklist Cultural Center is about more than celebrating that history and creating a gathering place to build community. It is about ensuring that that legacy lives on. And it is so deeply meaningful to me to see this project come to a fruition, thanks to the tenacious work in the city of our staff and Councillor Layton, but to Ita, Miguel, and the whole crew, thank you. And to Chair Thompson, you live on. You carry on the legacy of Blackhurst, so thank you for your support as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cressy. Let's see if there's any other members wishing to speak. Let me just add my voice to the comments that's been made by Messrs. Layton and Cressy. First of all, Councillor Layton, I want to thank you certainly for your strong leadership, and you as well, Councillor Cressy. And you've identified a number of the staff as well as Ida. I think Ida would be the queen or the princess of Bathurst, right? Beyond simply being responsible for culture. I mean, this is an amazing individual that you can't say no to, because anything that she puts her attention to requires a yes. And I am just so delighted that we are here today. As Councillor Layton has pointed out, this has been a long process. There's been a lot of heavy lifting. And as we are about to approve the report, which will go on to council, I have no doubt the council will endorse and support what is here. It really speaks to our ability as a great city to bring people together to address the needs and the challenges collectively in the best interests. And as Councillor Cressy has pointed out about Bathurst Street, as a young Black boy growing up in this city, Bathurst and Little Jamaica were the center of the universe for Blacks in this city in the 70s and prior. I'm told often by stories about people working with Honest Ed's and members of the Black community going to Honest Ed's to be able to buy all the great things that they needed there. But more importantly, the community in terms of the collaboration and the growth that has actually taken place. We have not forgotten our history, and this is a lesson to learn. Quite frankly, we should never forget our history. Yes, Councillor Cressy, I do have several pictures actually of Willie P. Hubbard, but one striking one that actually hangs in my office as I see him every single day. And I do believe, for me personally, there is a bit of history and that I have to maintain, and a level of integrity that he brought to the business of politics. It's the same sort of integrity that I used to do, and all the members who were involved with the Different Book store and just the work that they do there. It's extraordinary. You go there. My last time I was there, we were doing the $10 bill announcement and pronouncement there with respect to just the proud nature of the community. And so I'm really delighted that what we have here in front of us today is a significant milestone of achievement, and it's through so many different interactions and people working hard to ensure the success. And the local Councillor Layton and Councillor Cressy, your collaboration has just been absolutely phenomenal. So with that, I will move the recommendations in the report, and I will ask for a recorded vote on this one. Although Councillor Layton is not able to vote, he is an honorary member on this item. So all those in favor, Madam Clerk, I'll just ask that we do a recorded vote on this item, please.
Well, members, when I call your name, please unmute your mic, indicate your vote by stating in favor or opposed, and put your mic back on mute. Councillor Joe Cressy.
In favor.
Councillor Michael Ford.
Favor.
Councillor Cynthia Lai.
In favor.
Councillor Michael Thompson.
In favor. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the vote is unanimous with 4 members in favor and 2 absent.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So that matter has been dealt with by the committee. We will now move to our next item, which is EC 26.7, City of Toronto Diverse Youth Fellowship Program. We have on my list, there are 10 speakers. The first speaker is, and I may not get this name right, and I apologize in advance, Jamia Pangligana, Philippine Youth Fellowship. Are you there?
Yes. Thank you, Committee.
You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jamia, and it is an honor to be speaking on behalf of the Filipino Youth Fellowship, or the FYF, as one of the inaugural fellows and as a first-generation immigrant. During the summer, I worked as City Councilor Aide for the Office of Ward 6. The FYF is a holistic and intentionally cultivated space that directs the advancement of youth leadership within spheres of public service through our internship with the City Office, nurtures agency and decision-making processes through our community projects, and orients our approach in civic engagement through trainings and mentorship. During my time with the City Office, I've learned that one of the ward's primary concerns for the Filipino constituency was a deeper understanding of our community's needs. The residential geography of the Filipino settlement in the city adds to the barrier to public processes involvement. And although social networks within the already dispersed Filipino communities are tight, this needs to be balanced with bridging social capital where youth are exposed to spaces and mentors outside of their existing circles that are contextualized to our historical and socio-political locations within our community and the larger society, in solidarity with people from different cultures and races. The Filipino community has become one of the largest growing immigrant groups in Ontario, but many of us moved because the socio-political conditions in the Philippines demand participation in the overseas workforce. This in turn continues to affect the place that Filipino youth see themselves in society. And to quote our fellows, the Filipino Youth Fellowship allowed me to be more comfortable with who I am as a Filipino and the space I take up in Filipino areas. Through working in the City Councilor's office, I gained clarity in what I want to do in the future in terms of politics and law. And that until after the fellowship, I didn't fully understand how much FYF positively impacted my mindset, and I hope others can experience that too. The fellowship facilitated the foundations needed as young people take part towards a more social, political, and economically just society. We were introduced to existing work and organizations within our community, and we were given a collective platform for various community-engaged initiatives in areas of resource mobilization, dissemination, and mental health, housing, and BIPOC legal rights, to name a few. As I have learned, the brilliance, enthusiasm, and initiative of today's youth need support and direction within the context of the community we live in and the larger society. And programs like the Diversity Youth Fellowship is an investment by the city for the city. After all, the goal of social change is increased individual participation in the social system. So thank you for your time, councillors and staff. We will continue to watch for developments, and we look forward to surrounding support on the Diversity Youth Fellowship.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let me just check to see if there's any questions of you. There are no questions of you. Thank you for your presentation. The next speaker is Warsong Hagi Youssef, Urban Alliance on Race Relations. Warsong, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Hi, good morning. You have 3 minutes. You may begin, please.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Warsan Haji Yusuf, and I had the opportunity to be a part of the 2021 cohort for the Black Youth Fellowship, otherwise known as the BYF. As a fellow, I had the opportunity to work in Councillor Gord Perk's office as a counselor's aide, where I had the opportunity to engage in governance, policy, and community work. The staff of the office made me feel very included and welcomed me to join in any activities or tasks that they had. They created learning opportunities for me to gain insight on the general grasp of Toronto City Council, and I would like to thank them for that. The fellowship also provided me with mentorship and networking skills that will help guide my career in civil service. I was also paired up with a mentor who I'm still in contact with today. This was my first ever job working within the City of Toronto, and I definitely believe it was an enriching experience that I believe that other youth like myself would find very beneficial to help support their career in policy. The fellowship provided me with a renewed focus to policy and has motivated me to continue working towards building my career in civil service. I would like to thank the Urban Alliance on Race Relations for organizing an amazing fellowship and giving youth like myself the opportunity to be involved in the political process. Thank you for your time. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Our next speaker is Richmond Yu, Urban Alliance on Race Relations. Richmond, are you there? You have 3 minutes.
Can you? Oh,
can hear you. Go ahead, please.
First, I would like to thank the city for giving me a platform to speak today. My name is Richmond Uy. I was the program coordinator for the Filipino Youth Fellowship. I'm a 1.5 generation Filipino living in Scarborough, and I actually live in your ward, Michael Thompson. Currently about to finish my 5th year in my undergraduate at the University of Toronto Scarborough campus. Going off of the report, I believe that more funding should be given for the Diversity Youth Fellowship program. Being a witness firsthand to the development of the Filipino Youth Fellowship, I know the effect that this program has had on all the fellows when I conducted post-program evaluations with all of them and even just discussed the program with them casually. Not only has this program given all the fellows from this past summer experience and knowledge that shaped their perception of City Hall, which both helps them with their future careers in the public sector and become more informed citizens in the city, but this program has also given these fellows a strong support system through the Filipino Youth Fellowship Committee. Overall, the greatest theme that I can see from each fellow and all the people who helped the program is an overwhelming sense of empowerment amongst all the program's members. Toronto has the largest Filipino diaspora in the country, as according to the 2016 census, we have about 254,480 Filipinos. We're also one of the largest minority groups, with us making about 6% of the population and 11% of the visible minority population. However, very rarely do we see ourselves represented in places of power. We have seen victories here and there represented through Rowena Santos in Brampton, as well as Richie Valdez and the members of parliament and the federal level, but ultimately it is rare for us to see ourselves in places of power. And not only can this be seen in my own community, but in other communities that this organization, Urban Alliance on Race Relations, represents, such as the Black, Tamil, and Muslim Youth Fellowship. Everywhere in the city, we can see the way racialized folks have been impacted by their lack of voice in decision-making spaces. And this ultimately makes our community hesitant to use the resources that are available in City Hall. But with programs like the DYF, this helps bridge that gap. This program helps create that long-term effect and relationship for our community with public service, as this is directed towards the youth in our community who know how to outreach to many different demographics in our community, as well as continue to do so in the future. One of the major obstacles facing the DYF is obviously funding. Personally, I was able to know that were 27 applicants that applied for the Filipino Youth Fellowship, but only 5 were accepted. And there's a common desire from supervisors and fellows that they want to expand the amount of hours and weeks within the internship, as it currently sits at 12 hours for 12 weeks. The DYF has so much potential to increase spots and expand into different jurisdictions in the GTA. And we can already see the positive effect that it has had on fellows. And I can attest to this with particular fellows trying to become effective lawyers, legislators, and even one of the fellows here to deputize with me speaks to the long-term effects of this program. Therefore, we hope that you can support the DYF. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have concluded at 3 minutes. Thank you. Are there any questions for our speaker? Seeing none. Our next speaker is Sana Ali Mohammed, Urban Alliance on Race Relations. You have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. I wanted to thank the city and this committee for supporting the Diverse Youth Fellowship over the years, and also thank the other representatives here from the program. I'm here to speak on behalf of the organizing committee for the Muslim Youth Fellowship. To date, the Muslim Youth Fellowship program has engaged a total of 37 motivated community leaders from across the city, over 67% of whom self-identify as women. fellows have brought their unique experiences and insights on municipal services and affairs to 18 distinct City Council offices since 2018. Past fellows have gone on to careers in politics, running for office, as well as working in policy and constituency affairs for ministers and MPs. Several members of City Council have also hired past fellows permanently. Other fellows have kick-started careers in the public service with the City of Toronto, Toronto Community Housing, Statistics Canada, and provincial ministries, to name a few. Still others are pursuing careers in the nonprofit industry and in tech, research, and innovation. For what I've observed, fellowships like this one serve youth leaders who experience systemic barriers to employment by expanding their professional networks, providing them with access to mentors, and giving them opportunities to understand how public policy is designed from the inside. These together can have real impact on the career trajectories of youth leaders in our city, and can in turn contribute to a more equitable and vibrant City of Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just check to see if there's any questions of you. There are no questions. Our next speaker is, and I'll just apologize for the pronunciation of the name ahead of time, Isaac Ahmed, Black Youth Fellowship Program.
Hey, Michael, thank you. That's actually pretty impressive.
Really? Did I get your first name properly? Or
yeah, Isaac.
Oh, okay, excellent. Well, thank you. Good.
Good job.
You may begin. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Firstly, so my name is Isaac Ahmed, and I'm currently a staff in the Office of Councillor. And a big reason for this is because of my experience in this program. So overall, it was a great experience. Working in the councillor's office is really not an opportunity that comes often. This fellowship made it really easy to enter into a space that normally doesn't welcome nor encourage nor make it accessible for myself with the identities that I hold, with being a Muslim, being Black, and being raised in a low-income neighborhood in Scarborough. So this program really helped remove all the barriers that were in play. And part of politics also makes someone as myself build a sincere dislike for it, because I've hardly seen nor have been notified of how politics benefits myself and my community. We rarely know how to access our counselor and meet with them, work and collaborate with them, and to really feel as if my counselor has worked hard for me and for my community. So this program really showed me that city counselors are often overworked and overbooked, but they usually somehow can and will find a way to find time to help somebody or a group of people if they have the genuine intention to do so. As my experience in a counselor's office, it really opened my eyes to how influential public space in serving the community. In comparison to grassroots work, nonprofit work, and other forms of community service, politics can not only make an impact for massive groups of people, but a lasting and long-term impact. We entered this program in a virtual workspace, so experience, unfortunately, couldn't be maximized had it been physically in City Hall, and all the duties that come with working in a place that looks like a museum, and all the wealth that exists here. But to summarize, this program has really opened the opportunity for me to gain further employment. As I mentioned, I'm currently work for Council Long Tam, and likely I would not have been in this employment had it not been with the great support and experience with the Diversity Youth Fellowship. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Let me see if there are any questions of you. There are none. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Nathan Shan, Urban Alliance on Race Relations. Nathan, welcome.
Hi.
3 minutes.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, and by the way, may I just reference that you were a former councillor?
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Michael Thompson, councillors, and staff. Thanks for this opportunity. This program, I was fortunately at the right time, at the right place to help introduce this program to City Hall in 2017 with the support from Councillor Mike Layton. And it's expanded quite a bit. After the inaugural Muslim Youth Fellowship program, recently, a couple of years later, with the leadership from Councillor McKelvey, we were able to pass a motion to expand the program to a few other communities. And today, we are here at the end of 2011, having had 4 different fellowships and over close to 30 fellows going through in 2021. The mayor, Mayor John Tory, has been great support, and I also want to thank all the councillors and the staff who helped take these young people into the offices. I know it is not always easy to have additional staff be mentored and supported, and what's made this program really successful is the willingness of the councillors, as well as particularly the staff who support these young people in these positions. So I want to thank all of them. In addition to that, I also want to thank the city staff from clerk's office who handle a lot of the administrative stuff to make this happen. SDFA staff, particularly the youth development and confronting anti-Black racism unit. The support has been amazing. And I think that's why this program has been successful, because the wraparound nature of this program with community, with policymakers, politicians, staff, and youth themselves has made this a significantly successful program. I would say the biggest beneficiary of this program is still the city council and city hall, because I know these young people are very qualified and they're very skilled. They bring a depth of experience, skills, and knowledge, but also a lot of knowledge from their lived experiences that often is lacking in our political decision-making spaces. So city has benefited greatly from this program. And the young people themselves, as you can see, have benefited phenomenally from this. So I want to say that we're doing well with the program. We are looking at expansion of this program to other municipalities, particularly Brampton is interested, Edmonton and Montreal are in talks as well. So it's a pride for Toronto where we started. We are actually leading a way to do this at other places to scale up. What this support will do is it'll help us scale up. It'll help us solidify the program, go deeper, provide increased mentoring, increased follow-up for these young people to make sure that they are retained and succeeding beyond the fellowship. It helps us coordinate better, do better evaluation. It helps us support the young people in the counselor's office better. And finally, it helps with the mentorship and the community projects. So I think we still are going to be investing significant amount of money from our own program and fundraising, as well as you can see from the budget. But we're looking forward to having this support from City of Toronto to continue to build on this program's success and to make sure that the city is more inclusive from now on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Lai, go ahead, please. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Nathan, for your deputation and really for all the job that you've done to the community. I just wanted to ask you a few questions. What is your capacity on the Urban Alliance race relations?
What do you mean by the capacity? What's my role?
Are you helping this? Are you the head of? I mean, the leader of?
My role. Yeah, my role at Urban Alliance on Race Relations is as the executive director of the organization. I oversee all the programs, including the Diversity Youth Fellowship. Yeah. I
see. My next question to you is that given the visible minority population, the first number 1 is South Asian 12.6%. Number 2 is Chinese 11%. Number 3 is Black, 8.9%, and Filipinos, 5.7%. Would you consider, or would you think it is possible to add into the portfolio for the Chinese Canadians into this program, since they are really overcoming a lot of systemic discrimination, especially during the pandemic?
Yes, our model initially is kind of foundationally 2 programs. The Muslim Youth Fellowship and the Black Youth Fellowship are the foundational program of this. And then the other cohorts are pilot and open to expansion as well. In fact, we've been in conversation with Chinese Canadian National Council, Toronto, to explore possibilities of having, Chinese youth as well. And you're right. I mean, underrepresentation in politics is a big concern for Chinese students and Chinese youth. And anti-Asian racism is also on the rise. So we will definitely be more than capable. Like the way the Filipino community and other communities were decided is based on the community's partnership that was developed and the model and the fundraising. As you know, before coming to this request, majority of the funds were coming from the community itself. So the programs were kind of created by community partners. And so that's why we've been reaching to CCNCTO to see if they would be interested in that as well. So I'm more than happy to explore those possibilities as well.
That's very nice. I just wanted to end by saying that, if you need, I think it's nice that the community are bringing together, and you're bringing people in the community together. So if you need any assistance in fundraising, whatever, I think I'd be more than happy to connect you with other people in the Chinese descent. Thank you so much. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. And I'm just seeing, Nathan, if there are any additional questions for you. Let me just ask you one question. It's sort of a bit of a follow-up on Councillor Lai's question. So what you are saying is that there is a plan and need to add other groups, but it has to be done in a coordinated way. So you talked a little bit about the fundraising that needs to happen and what has happened with respect to the funds as part of the program that's actually in front of us. You're suggesting that the possibility is there to add others, but we have to go through a process. Is that correct? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yeah, because it's not, I mean, we have reduced number of council offices. There's the capacity issue as well as to how many councillors will take fellowship. That's one thing. The second thing is also to make sure that we have preparation runway to have, because all of our fellows only do 3 months at council, but they go through a 3-month training program and all this stuff. So I think if there's a runway, we can definitely include that, yeah.
So we're not looking to add any groups at this juncture. It is a matter that has to have more discussions, planning, coordination, collaboration in order to then define how we add additional groups to the program. Would that be correct?
Yeah, exactly. And next year is election year, so the city clerks have asked us to complete the program within the first half of the year. So all of it is so next year is even already shrunk. So I think we have some time to work this through if there is interest from other communities. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much, Nathan. Our next speaker is Nima Hassan.
Yes, hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good morning. You have 3 minutes. You may begin, please.
Morning. Hello, Deputy Mayor Thompson and respected committee members. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Naima, and I was a Muslim Youth Fellow at City Hall working with Councillor Mike Layton. I'd like to bring a personal narrative as to how this program directly impacted my life and my current profession. I will say, truthfully, this has had a positive result on myself and my ability to, and the work that I currently do right now. The opportunity working with Councillor Mike Layton and his staff has really pushed me to see where I could fit into being a public servant. Today, I work as a policy analyst with the Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade. And that was truly because of the experience and opportunity that I was able to have, as well as being able to complete graduate studies in public administration because of how passionate I grew to become on being able to be a Black Muslim woman in spaces that are designing public policy that are meaningful and are truly, resulting in the amazing results that it has today. And I will forever be grateful, for the mentorship and for also myself, all of that experience has now provided me the opportunity to be a mentor to other young women in my community, Scarborough Southwest, and other young Somali Canadian women who do see themselves working in government and are not just able to maybe understand how to properly navigate spaces that seem to be inaccessible. So it's truly a deep honor. I miss walking through the halls of, the second floor pre-pandemic and, and just being able to meet the great counselors, and just being able to witness the great work that you guys are all doing, and especially being able to continue to witness that, through, the ongoing meetings during the pandemic, and also the work, the continued work with the Toronto Youth Cabinet that I also was able to participate in. So again, I just wanted to thank the entire Urban Race Relation group, the Muslim Youth Fellowship organizers, and every single counselor that has been open to bring fellows into your office, because the true impact is completely outstanding. And again, really thank you guys so much for this opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll just chat to see if there's any questions of you from committee members. There are no questions of you. Thank you. The next person is Fatwa Awil, Urban Alliance on Race Relations. Fatwa, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good morning and welcome. You have 3 minutes. You may begin.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone, and committee members. Thank you very much for giving me this time to speak on the Diverse Youth Fellowship Program. My name is Fata, and I'm a program coordinator with the Urban Alliance on Race Relations, and I've supported the coordination of both the Muslim and Black Youth Fellowship programs since last year. As a past fellow, I also had the wonderful pleasure of working in Councillor Joe Cressy's office where I had an exceptional time. As you may know, the Black Youth Fellowship Program is a leadership development and political internship program which celebrated the completion of the inaugural cohort just a few months ago. I was responsible for supporting the program and have become privy to the successes and impact of this year's program, not only on the fellows, but on the communities they served and the offices they worked in. Earlier this year, we accepted into the first ever cohort a group of 10 exceptional Black youth who came with a diversity of experiences. Prior to their placements in the offices of members of council, these fellows received intensive training covering topics that would help them navigate and work in political spaces. When it comes to the successes of the first cohort of the Black Youth Fellowship, there's a lot that I can mention. At a high level, I'm pleased to report that 9 of the 10 fellows were able to secure employment after the fellowship. They've secured roles that include being a staff member in the office of a city councillor, working for a nonprofit supporting youth in the workforce, project coordinator for an organization placing young women at the center of decision-making processes, and much more. Our fellows have continued on to work at the city, both on the political and bureaucratic civil side, as well as in other sectors such as nonprofit and education. In addition, all of our fellows were also able to work on and complete independent community projects that sought to address a community need within the ward they were assigned to. However, there is much success beyond these numbers. The character development and confidence these fellows have gained from the program may be difficult to quantify, but in my opinion is what this program is all about. This is exemplified in this quick story of one fellow's journey. One of the fellows in particular has certain challenges with their own self-esteem and confidence working in their office early on. Upon investigation, it became known that they had a number of past employment experiences where they felt belittled and maybe even subject to racism, which impacted their self-esteem. This being the case, despite them being one of the most accomplished fellows. At the end of the fellowship, however, this fellow did so well that they received employments at City Hall in one of the offices. They mentioned how being in a space that viewed their identity as an asset and not a hindrance, and working in a space that challenged them in healthy ways gave them the confidence they needed to reach this feat. If anything, this fellowship gives young racialized people the self-belief that they too can become a part of building the city up and making it more equitable and prosperous place by being part of decision-making spaces. This fellowship has the opportunity to build the next generation of public servants and has already produced exceptional graduates to take on that challenge. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let me just check to see if there's any questions for you. There are no questions for you. Thank you. Our next speaker, and again, I apologize if I may pronounce the name incorrectly. You can correct me when you have an opportunity to speak. Oshika Vino the Saran.
Hello.
Hi there. I don't know if I got your name properly. Maybe I could just ask you to pronounce your name for us, please.
Yeah, we actually did pretty well. My name is Kaushika Vino the Saran.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
You have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you. So my name is Kaushika Vino the Saran. I was a part of the inaugural cohort of the Tamil Youth Fellowship, also known as the TYF. I'm here to discuss my personal experience with the fellowship and the impact that it has had on my professional and personal development. The Tamil Youth Fellowship is committed to providing Tamil youth with professional and leadership development through mentorship, training, a placement in a counselor's office, and the development of a self-driven project. This program has significantly shaped my understanding of government, politics, and policymaking, and has allowed me to bridge the gap between my community and our local government through the development of my project. I was placed in the office of Mayor John Tory as a counselor's aide, where I provided assistance on the constituency and outreach teams. On the constituency affairs team, I supported the team by responding to general correspondence and connecting members of the public with relevant and up-to-date COVID-19 information. I was also able to share details about resources available through the city for businesses and residents that were impacted by the pandemic. Through my experience on the outreach team, I learned more about the residents in the city of Toronto, the types of issues that are impacting them, and the city's response to ongoing and emerging issues. I further learned about the mayor's office role in city government and the overall responsibilities of Toronto Public Service. My placement allowed me to engage with stakeholders and community members in racialized and diverse communities on a wide range of issues, and this allowed me to better understand policy positions and approaches to provide context regarding constituent concerns and issues while translating knowledge on policy processes and capacity with communities. As a part of the fellowship program, I also took on a project of my own that tangibly addresses an outstanding social need within the Tamil community. And the aim of my project was to better engage marginalized and racialized communities in public consultation process and create a readily available pathway for the City of Toronto to implement a more equitable consultation process for the Tamil community. Through the development of my project, I better understood how policymaking plays a significant role in community engagement and how to better encourage local residents to become more involved in community matters. Overall, this fellowship has played a significant role in my personal and professional development. It has provided me with access to tools, mentorship, and opportunities that have helped me create a positive impact in public service and also for the Tamil community. This fellowship serves as a cornerstone for youth in bridging the gap between community and governance and has empowered me to further explore my future in public service and politics. And in doing so, I believe that the City of Toronto's Diversity Youth Fellowship should continue to receive more support to provide youth like myself in equity-driven communities with a unique opportunity to help create meaningful change in their local communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me check to see if there's any questions for you. There are no questions for you. Thank you very much. Our final speaker is Nilosa Selvanu-Maran, and I'm not sure if I pronounced your name properly, but that's my stab at it. I apologize if I have not pronounced it properly. I may ask you to introduce yourself, please, and thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Nilosa Selvakumaran, and I was the program coordinator with Urban Alliance on Race Relations for the Tamil Youth Fellowship. I had the opportunity to work alongside the committee and City of Toronto staff in coordinating a great fellowship program while also supporting the fellows throughout their journey. Based on my personal experience working in this program, I believe further development of the Diversity Youth Fellowship programs is crucial. This program has been able to introduce several benefits for the fellows by providing them with significant exposure and opportunity to help grow their careers in public service, become more aware and informed members of the city, and as well as allowing them to engage meaningfully with the Tamil community. Each fellow has been able to utilize their affiliation with several city councillors, mentors, and training opportunities to bridge the lack of communication and understanding that may exist between the city and the community. And through their roles and sense of responsibility, I've been able to firsthand witness just how significant and empowering the fellowship programs has been and will continue to be. Being one of the few visible minority groups that make up a significant portion of Toronto's community, it is quite unlikely to see enough Tamil representation within public service, and thus it is immensely important that Tamil youth have the exposure that will allow them to better understand their ability to create change and inform decisions for their community. And this diversity program has the power to do just that and to create lasting effects that will help the city and the Tamil community to be more involved and be educated in ways that we are currently limited by. And there is great opportunity and potential to expand this program and to increase the engagement of youth across the GTA in public service, and this is exactly how the funding will be a significant contributing factor. Ultimately, the Diversity Youth Fellowship programs will not only increase representation for minority groups, but it will also provide a welcome space for several Black, Muslim, Filipino, Tamil, and potentially more communities who have not had a safe place to implement their voices. And I truly hope you can continue to support this initiative of the Diversity Youth Fellowship programs, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing none, thank you. To speak on the item, anyone wishing to speak? All right. No one wishing to speak. Councillor Lai, wishing to speak. Go ahead, please. You have 3 minutes.
Do we have a question of...
You can question staff as well.
Question of staff?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, okay. I just, before I speak, I'd like to have a couple of questions of staff.
Sure, that's 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to... I actually was going to ask a question about the background of the program, but I understand that it's been established in 2017 and it's being fine-tuned last year. I just wanted to ask staff, would it be possible, you think, to, since the Toronto visible minority population include the Chinese being number 2, would it be possible to include that with your contract, with your contract with the Urban Alliance?
Sorry, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Lai, for the question. I'm just looking as my colleague Anania Grant was going to take the lead on this matter, but certainly, as you heard from Nathan, that there are some conversations that are underway, and so staff would need time to explore those conversations to figure out how and when would be appropriate to expand the program to other communities. The program begun, as you heard, through Nathan and the deputants, is a really important way that the city could contribute to economic opportunity and career planning for young people who are experiencing systemic barriers. So we are proud to have these enhancements come forward in the program now. And as we've always done, we continue to look at various communities to ensure that if and when the program needs to expand for those experiencing greater vulnerability and systemic barriers to employment, that the program can respond.
Thank you, Denise. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. Any further questions on this item? Okay, seeing none, to speak. Councillor Lai, did you wish to speak? Go ahead, please.
Chair, first of all, I'd like to thank staff for doing a good job, and thank Nathan Chan for heading up the Urban Alliance of Race Relations. And I'm very, very happy to hear so many good testaments about how this program has been working and how it has helped us to train the future leaders in our communities. But I just wanted to I'm not going to make a motion if I can have staff and Nathan undertake to kind of consider the Chinese Canadians. And as you know, during the pandemic especially, the Chinese Canadians have been, discriminated. There's a lot of systemic discrimination, and to their parents, most of them, I think. And imagine the effect it would have to be on the youth. So I'm just kind of asking here that if possible, in the next round or whatever, I'd be more than happy to see that the Chinese Canadians being included in this youth program, because like I just mentioned, they're the number 2 in the Toronto visible minority population group. Having said that, I will be more than happy to lend a hand if needed, to reach out to that community, because I do have some inroads in that community in terms of fundraising or in terms of connecting to the right youth groups. And it's very important that we're being inclusive in what we are doing, not exclusive. Thank you so much. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. Seeing whether or not there are any further speakers. Okay, let me just move the item, and let me thank all of the deputants who have spoken today, and of course our former colleague Nathan Chan and the Urban Alliance on Race Relations for the fine work that they do in general, and of course the fine work that they've done with respect to putting this diverse fellowship program together and so on. And we've heard from the folks who have spoken. Many of them I've seen them pass here at City Hall, and we know that they want to expand the program. I think it's really important to understand that when we talk about the population and the diversity of the city, we want to talk about those who are impacted and those who are not being offered an opportunity to be able to really take a seat at the table and to bring their level of excellence to the process, and first to learn and then to make great contribution and so on. And so I'm quite happy with respect to the format that's actually in place, how the program is going. We've learned from staff as well as Nathan that the program is going to expand. Of course, there's a need for community participation and funds to be raised and donated as part of the program and so on. We've heard that it is not possible to add others to the program at this time. It is not the intention of the program to keep any group out, and whether or not you're looking at the population dynamics, what we're looking at are those members of the community who are challenged because of barriers that are imposed and so on, and systemic and other barriers and others. So it's really important in terms of understanding how to prioritize the groups that are most in need of the support that this program is offering. And I think that what's actually in front of us is a solid program that has been developed, it's been tested, and we hear from the presenters how effective this program has been for them, and how the program has helped. And all of us here want these programs, this program and others, to help every member of our community, all the young people, all the different groups of people who are in need of help. And I'm very assured that the staff and the partner, which is the Urban Alliance on Race Relations, are in tune with respect to the questions that have been asked and the concerns have been raised in order to add more capacity. And of course, with a limited number in terms of number of counselors and so on, and how many people we could take in. But as we heard, the program is looking at expanding nationally. I think that it is well advised that this program could be done, because it's important to, young folks from Toronto could actually serve in other areas of the country as well. And I think this is an exceptional program. So thanks to everyone involved. And again, I'm moving the item. So all those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you. Members, just before we move along to the next item, I would like to propose that we deal with a couple of quick items. I had held EC 26.11. I am satisfied with the report, so if no one has any questions on that report or wishing to speak, I can simply just move the item, move the recommendations, the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. The other item that I'd like to just dispense with now is the new business item that had been brought forward with respect to childcare. I have a motion. I'd like to delete the recommendations that are in that item and move a new motion. Councillor Cressy, you and I have had a chance to speak on that. I think we're in concurrence with that. And then I'm going to simply delete the recommendations in the item and move the item for information. I think the clerks are putting that motion up. I saw it a moment ago. I can't see it now. It'll be coming back up.
Chair, do you mind if I'm happy
Did you wish to speak
quickly? Do you mind if I just 10 seconds on it?
No, that's fine, Councillor Cressy.
Just to say, I thank you, Chair Thompson, and support this direction. And I would tell you, just from my vantage point, City Council is meeting in 2 weeks' time, and there is a item on that agenda concerning the status of the provincial-federal negotiations. And so I'm supportive of this move right now by Deputy Mayor Thompson, because frankly, I hope a deal is done by the time we come back to council. But if it's not, we have an item on the agenda to consider further already.
Yeah, so thank you very much for that, Councillor Cressy. And just to add to that, I mean, we know that there's discussions going on between the federal government and the provincial government. And of course, the discussion's well on the way. I think we hear about it often with respect to the, updates, and the deal has not been reached at this point. And so I think that we should allow both those levels of government to continue the discussion in order to bring this particular matter through the hard negotiation, obviously, that's going on, and the work that's being done at the negotiation table and so on. I'm very hopeful, as Councillor Cressy and we all are, hoping that a deal could be reached very soon, and of course one that would be fair for our province and of course fair for the city. We know how important childcare is to the families who are in need, but also important how important it is to our economy and our society as a whole. I'm hoping that the parties can obviously reach an agreement that allows us to obviously celebrate the achievement that they will achieve through the negotiated process that's in place, and that we all, as families who are in need of childcare, will be very, reticent to receiving the good news of the agreement. So with that, I would move the item for information only, and that I'll ask for a vote on the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That item carries. And I'm just checking the time, members. Okay, we are at 11:55, and I'm very conscious and mindful of the time constraints that we're all facing, and I'm trying to move the agenda on as quickly as possible. And
Chair, I have a quick item I could also release quickly to help move
go ahead,
along.
please, Dr. Cressy. Yep.
I had held EC 26.13 updates to Spotlight on Toronto at Councillor Fletcher's request. She's indicated that she's happy for it to be released. if
Okay,
that's the will
fantastic.
of committee.
All right. So members, Councillor Kresge is moving that item. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, so that's 2613, update to spotlight on Toronto All Awards. All right, so that item has been dealt with. I'd also held EC 2611, amendment to non-competitive blanket contract number 47022679 with Star Security Inc. For security guard services at shelter sites. I can release that item and just move the item. So all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. So we've dealt with those. All right. So we are now moving back to the next item. And members, just before we get to the 12:30 break, I am going to move a motion that we work right through so we can obviously address the issue of time. If there are any members wishing to have a 5-minute break, I'm prepared to have that now quickly in order to then start the balance of the meeting a couple of minutes after 12. So let me just see if there's a show of hands. Would you like a 5-minute break? If so, I will take 5 minutes and we'll come back. Is this 5 minutes? Okay, great. So we'll take a 5-minute recess. Madam Clerk, I had not confirmed with you, but 5 minutes recess. So we will get back at, let's say 12:03, 12:04, and then we will proceed. So we'll just take a quick recess. Thank you. We're just waiting for Council Law to come back, members.
So, and while we're waiting, Chair,
Yep.
on timing, so I have a 2 to 2:30, but otherwise I'm good all day.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilor Cressy. I was just having a quick meeting with Councilor Fletcher, and we may be able to buy some time as well in addition to 2614. So let me just give me a second. Let me just have a quick word with the clerk, and then we'll get started.
Thank you.
Okay, members, thank you very much. We are resumed, and we are now moving to our next item, which is EC 26.8, supporting food security in St. Jamestown. We have two speakers. One speaker, we had three speakers, and one has had to leave. So we have two speakers. The first speaker is Cliff Martin, St. Jamestown Residents Association. Cliff, are you connected?
Yes, I am.
Fantastic. Great to have you. You have 3 minutes to speak on this item. You may begin, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair and Councilors. I'm speaking today as the Chair of the St. Jamestown Residents Association. We were established in 1993. We're the largest social housing building on the planet. We have 710 units and over 1,200 residents. And this report before you skips the fact that there has been no consultation with the tenants, contrary to the shareholder direction from council. Also, it would make sense that if residents need space in the gym in the basement, which is being proposed for a food hub, that they have it. And the residents need that space. There are children living here. There are several groups, including our Residents Association, which would also lose its space. And we have a number of programs, too many to mention here in this limited time. As co-chair of the food table, it was discovered that there are three groups that give out the most food in St. Jamestown, and our group is one of them. And none of the three groups want 200 Wellesley for food distribution. They prefer other locations. We're looking at containers or one of the other buildings. The building is too large and it's not suitable for these three individual groups. There are Freedom City, the St. Jamestown Community Co-op, which is also another food distributor, and the St. Jamestown Residents Association, which serves 200 residents in St. Jamestown so far. in the appendix before you, you'll see a drawing, and I've attached in my deputation on paper where this same agency 10 years ago through the United Way has attempted to, to get this space, and they were turned down by them. We need this space for our residents, and we have far too many residents to do without this space. What I'm asking for, in light of these three issues, that you defer this item for at least 6 months so we can come back to you either with a counter proposal, or we will have run through a consultation with residents to see what can happen, including space for the residents, which has not been offered by TCHC. I'm a former board member of Toronto Community Housing, and I have a good understanding of the rules, and I don't think this was done properly at all, and I'm seriously concerned, and so are the residents of my building. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your presentation. Looking for members' questions of Mr. Martin. So, Mr. Martin, just so that I'm clear, sir, you've indicated that there has been no consultation. I know the local councillor and others have come forward to committee in the past to obviously request that we move ahead with this. Are you saying that there has been no consultation with you and others in your building?
That's absolutely correct. Unfortunately, because we only found out about this report on the 25th at our food table meeting, residents just knew after I came out of that meeting. We were able to inform residents that this was happening.
And did you reach out to TCHC and or the local councillor to have some discussions with either of those parties?
We asked at that meeting on the 25th for TCHC to meet with us. They indicated they would meet with us on Monday, and they failed to do so.
So are you suggesting then that if we were to move this item, because you have indicated that there is a shortage of space, there's a need for space, are you suggesting then that it would put the resident at a great disadvantage?
It would. In fact, it would. And it wouldn't. The food distribution will still continue as it has, with one truck outside, and we do it in the lobby for 160 residents. So there's nobody else distributing food in St. Jamestown to warrant that space.
Have you seen the financial numbers in the report?
Yes, I'm a little put back. It's very similar to the financial numbers that I've attached to my deputation from this other group that tried 10 years ago.
I see. Okay. So your suggestion at this point, and you're asking for this matter to be deferred for further community consultation, further input, because as you've indicated, you and others have not participated in this process?
That's absolutely correct. And also the fact that we're having some difficulty with Toronto Housing with respect to the Residents Association. We're heading for a tribunal with that, and we want an outcome of that as well.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Martin. I'm looking to see if there's any other members wishing to question you on your presentation, but I see none, sir. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. The next speaker is Randy Alexander. Mr. Alexander, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you, sir. You have 3 minutes. You may begin. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Randy Alexander. I'm the community tenant representative at 200 Wellesley Street East in St. Jamestown. We are indeed the largest social housing unit in our city, country, and abroad, beyond. And we're the home to several community food security programs operating within our building that have been founded by tenants, for tenants, and for our extended community. These organizations include our 200 Wellesley Tenant Committee, our independent St. Jamestown Residents Association, which Mr. Martin was just speaking of, Anti-Amal's Community Center Food Program, the St. James Community Corner Food Program, and the Bleecker Wellesley Community Activity Program. The last organization listed, the Bleecker Wellesley Activity Network, was founded in 1987 by the late, great Vicki Renner, and It has been operating food security programs for seniors, vulnerable individuals, and marginalized groups in St. Jamestown for nearly 35 years. We are all excited about the prospect of a food hub being developed at 200 Wellesley Street East, and we enthusiastically look forward to welcoming community partners and other organizations in to use the new food hub spaces. However, we want to make sure that the 200 Wellesley tenants and original programs are given priority of use. We represent several large and long-standing food groups and thousands of tenants that do want 200 Wellesley to be a hub for food programs and food distribution. We agree with the previous speaker, Mr. Martin, that tenants have not been engaged in consultations regarding developing the food hub. We want to ensure that our tenants and in-building organizations are part of the development consultations, and that these tenants and in-building organizations are part of the annual decision-making process. We wish to ensure that our tenant committee has a role in the partner selection process, and that we have input as to how the partner agencies animate the public access spaces. Ongoing, we wish to ensure that residents have the ability to book space, and that the tenant committee has priority access to working and meeting spaces in our potential developing new food hub spaces. Thank you for your time today.
All right, thank you very much for your presentation, sir. Let me see if there are any questions of you. I see visiting Councillor Wong Tam has joined us. Councillor Wong Tam, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Questions? I do not. Thank you for asking.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me ask you, Mr. Alexander, a question. So, Mr. Alexander, this matter has been in discussion for some time. It had come to our committee some time ago and so on, and there have been a variety of presenters who have come to present and speak to this item. I'm just wondering, and so you're saying that you and others have not been consulted?
Absolutely. We haven't been consulted about any phase of the food hub development.
All right. And this particular, are you a resident at 200 Wellesley, sir?
I've been a resident for 8 years.
Right, okay. And you've never heard about the plans?
Pardon?
You've never heard about the plans for this, for the project here with respect to the hub?
We've heard we received our first information over the last couple months, and we just saw the developing floor plans for the first time a week ago. And that's because we sought it out ourselves.
I see. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. And we are now going to question of staff. Questions of staff. Visiting Councillor Wong Tam, question of staff. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. First question to staff is, how long has this work been underway to develop the St. Jamestown food table, but also to repurpose TCHC space to address food insecurity in the area?
So one time, I'm going to have Odoronke, my colleague, answer your question. She's been so deep involved for so long.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Wong Tam. So through the chair, staff was engaged, hasn't been engaged in St. Jamestown following direction from council late last year, November of last year. So the food table, a community food table was struck, convened by staff with a number of members of the community. We started to meet in January of this year, so January 2021. Met a number of times, and through the extensive work of the community members involved, interim collaborative framework was established to help to guide how the community would respond to some of the food security issues in the area.
Thank you, Adoronke. A follow-up question is, how many organizations are attending the food table meetings and discussions? And can you just give us list a few of those organizations?
Certainly. Thanks for the question. So the table is very well attended with a range of organizations. There's the St. Jamestown Community Food Co-op. I believe Cliff Martin, who's one of the co-chairs of the table and a resident representative. Also mentioned Anti-Amal, which is a community group, as well as some larger groups, known community agencies such as Dixon Hall and others are representatives of the service provider network, for example, in St. Jamestown are also there. As well as one of the building owners in the area, Medallion Properties, also has representation, and TCHC and city staff, of course.
Okay, thank
Last
you.
question.
Yeah, yes, of course. And with respect to the need for this food hub and the financial requirement to make this a real green light project, it sounds to me the SDFA and TCHCS will come up with $1 million, and you're looking for another $1 million through Section 37 contributions. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Wong Tam. Anyone else to question? All right, let me just ask a few questions because both the speakers who spoke, Mr. Alexander and Martin, indicated that they were not aware and they were not involved in this process. Did I hear you just say, Adronke, that Mr. Martin was part of a table?
So, yes, through the chair, Mr. Chair, the the food table has 3 co-chairs, and Mr. Martin is one of the co-chairs of the table. The head of the food co-op is another co-chair, as well as a representative from the service provider network.
All right. So he also mentioned about limited amount of space for residents. Is that something that was considered or taken into consideration as part of the discussion in terms of the decision to obviously locate it at this particular building? Is there anyone from TCHC that, maybe that's not a question for you, maybe it's a question for TCHC. So is there anyone from TCHC that could answer that question?
Yes, Deputy Mayor. Yeah. Go ahead, Lee.
Sorry, I'd ask Liqua to respond to that.
Thank you. I think Adronke, and through the chair, community safety supports Toronto Community Housing. So, for resident use of space was most definitely one of the core principles we're looking at and determining to have the food hub at this particular location. We determined that there was a vast amount of space within this particular location, 1,000 square feet that we're going to be reimagining and retrofitting the food hub, but also to create multiple opportunities for tenants to get more amenity space. So 2 multi-purpose rooms will be a part of it. Retrofit, there will be accessible washrooms and an accessible laundry that will also enhance residents' ability to use the space. Sure. We also chose the site because as to the points that Randy and Cliff made, there are already organizations that were embedded in community that were providing services, and we would be able to enhance their ability to provide those services.
Fair enough. Thank you. So I'm confused because they're saying something quite opposite to what our staff and yourself are saying and others. So what are we to make of this? I mean, is there a need to have some further consultation, further communication? A significant amount of monies are going to be spent, and we're hearing from the residents saying, at least those who are representing themselves as members of the residents associations, that they're not satisfied. They're not happy with respect to what is in front of us. So why should we move ahead with this, firstly? And how do you resolve the confusion?
So I'll respond to that in 2 ways. So in the first instance, we have resident members who are part of the organizations, like Adronke has shared, who are part of the food table. So helping us talk about the needs for the community. So we believe that to be a part in the consultation process because there were residents who were part of the food table in their capacities as representing the organizations. The second piece is that for the purposes of resident engagement for this building, while we respect and value everything that the resident has done for the community and Cliff Martin for everything that he has done, we've been working more closely with our new tenant engagement, which is the group that Randy is with. So this is the building committee that represents this particular building. So as Randy did state, a couple of months ago, we did have the initial conversations to say this work is happening, some of the implications of that work, which included being able to create and provide space for the building committee to be able to be centered in the work.
Okay.
Help us with oversight of agencies that will be located there.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Are there any further questions of staff? Seeing none, to speak. Councillor Wong Tam, visiting member, you have 3 minutes, please. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much to everyone who's been working on this report and leading up to it, staffing and supporting the food table in St. Jamestown. The St. Jamestown Executive Directors Network was also deeply involved, as well as Community Corner and a whole host of other significant partners. One of the best things about representing Ward 13 is the diverse neighborhoods that literally call this area home. And St. Jamestown is not just one of the most densely populated neighborhoods in Toronto, but across the country. And one of the great needs of the area is addressing the issues around food insecurity. I heard that very loudly and clearly in most of the meetings I've had. There are organizations, large and small, that try to address the issues around hunger in the community. And most of the work was largely stalled, or at least limited, based on the fact that there wasn't adequate spaces. If you take a look at the community to the south of us, which is Regent Park, what you'll see are very large facilities that have been built to support that neighborhood. Facilities with community kitchens, organizations that have their own cultural spaces, community centers, athletic centers, swimming pools, and so forth. All those assets are needed. In St. Jamestown, they have actually a bigger population and a smaller number of facilities, but at the same time, significant needs that haven't been met. What I'd like to offer this committee as some consideration is that, the project in itself is going to cost about $2 million to build out. And we're basically repurposing underutilized space in the basement of a TCHC building, and as well as building out 6,414 square feet of space for the community use. Out of that space, most of it is multi-purpose space. Office space for community gatherings, multi-purpose space for ceremony, for opportunities for food and engagement, commercial kitchens that we're going to have to build out, washrooms, all up to AODA standards, and all with brand new leasehold improvements. This opportunity is only available because TCHC is unlocking this space for us. So what we want to do is maximize and optimize the space and bring in community as TCHC staff manage the capital project and work with SDFA to look at the type of opportunities and programming that will ultimately go in the space. I have been asked by TCHC to match their $1 million contribution, which I'm happy to do. There will be a motion going to City Council to release about $1 million of Section 37 so we can complete the space and have this new facility.
Your time's up, Councillor. That's 3 minutes. Thank you.
Up and running in 2022.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. All right. Anyone else to speak on this particular item? Councillor Cressy, you have 3 minutes, please. Thank you. Go ahead. So, Cressy, just before you begin, please, I need to do the following because we're now at almost 12:30, and this will not be completed by 12:30. I'd like to move the motion that we need to move to extend through to complete the agenda. So we'll move to work through lunch. So the motion's on the screen, and the motion reads as follows: that Economic and Community Development Committee extends its meeting past the schedule 12:30 lunch recess to complete the agenda. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. You may begin, Councillor Cressy. 3 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chair, and thank you to staff and the deputants and Councillor Wong Tam. Just very briefly, this committee and our council has been seized with the issue of expanding food security in St. Jamestown for more than a year. And certainly the case has been made to me over that course that the issue is too urgent to afford a delay. While we have heard some comments around concern around the level of engagement, I am satisfied that there is a commitment on the part of everyone involved, from staff to TCHC to the local councillor to local community members, to design this in a manner that meets multiple objectives and to get it right. And so on that basis, I'm fully supportive of moving it along, because I think to delay now would risk delaying solving the issue of food security, which is too critical to risk any further timelines. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cressy. Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing none. I will just speak and say trust is an important word as part of this process. I trust the staff. I trust the local councillor. I know that there has been, this matter has come before us. We've had a large group of folks from the community have come to speak. I think what is a little bit confusing for me, though, is as we've turned this focus around food security, there's a lot of other elements that are associated with respect to what we're being asked to do here today. You've heard from the local councillor about, multi-purpose space and from staff as well and others. And I think maybe that's part of the confusion. And we heard from the speakers who indicated that they felt that they were losing space, but if that's a concern and somehow they missed that, which is unfortunate. We're hearing from the local councillor and others that there is going to be a variety of space created. So that obviously would address that particular concern. And so for that, I'm less reticent to say, okay, I'm uncomfortable with respect to what's in front of us. Certainly, as Councillor Cressy has pointed out, food security and food insecurity has been a huge issue for us. And I have no reason not to support the local councillor with respect to her efforts and hard work and so on. And it appears to me that there's an opportunity for further dialogue and discussions to take place. TCHC is putting funds up. The local councillor has agreed to match those funds. I don't want to stand in the way of what I believe is in the interest of all, and the, if you will, the fine tuning that needs to be done, because it appears that there needs to be done additional work. Of course, it appears to me that the mechanism is in place for that to occur. And so with that, I would move the recommendations that's in front of us and ask members of committee to support it. And of course, for members like Mr. Martin and perhaps others who may have additional concerns, it appears to me that there's an opportunity for the local councillor to work with you and others to address the needs. And because I think investment in the community and addressing food insecurity is an important part of the work that we're doing. And so with that, I would just move the report, and I will ask members we now vote on the item. All those in favor of the item, oppose, that item carries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam, for your being with us today. Thank you. Members, we're moving right along now to EC 26.9, and that's granting requests for parents engaged in education and 5 and 2 kitchen. We have two speakers, Teresa Pastor, who is with Parents Engaged in Education, and then we also have the next speaker, which I'll call just a second, Denise Steele from 5 and 2 Food for All. So, Ms. Pastor, are you with us?
Chair, I can advise that speaker is no longer present in the meeting.
Okay, fair enough. I will then move to the second name that I have, Daniel Steele at 5 and 2 Food for All. Are you here, Ms. Steele?
I'm here. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you. You have 3 minutes to speak, and there may be questions of you. Okay. You may begin when ready. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to clarify, my name is Denise Steele, not Danielle Steele. I'm the author, although that's very flattering.
No problem. There's a bit of a typo here, so I'll retract that. Denise Steele, thank you very much. And I understand you're not the author, but you are the author now to speak to us.
Okay, wonderful. Again, I'm Denise Steele, and I'm a director with 5 and 2. I just wanted to provide some clarity around the funding with respect to Scheinberg. Scheinberg had agreed to support 5 and 2 with our move to 705 Progress, which was the space that we were vying for with a number of other applicants. That did not happen. They are now supporting 5 and 2 with our social enterprise project. The purpose of this social enterprise is for future sustainability of 5 and 2. We don't always want to be coming back to the city, time and time again, asking for support and assistance, although we do need that now. We are trying to make ourselves and the work that we are doing sustainable. So that is what Scheinberg is currently assisting with. Now, we are still in a position where we have to ask the city for support. Our current funding that we are running on is OTF, and that actually ends in December. And so what we are asking is for the city to support the work that we are doing at 5 and 2 for the next 3 years until we are able to stabilize our social enterprise. How's that for record time speaking?
Thank you very much, Ms. Steele. There are questions of you, visiting councillor. Councillor Ainsley, you have 3 minutes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. Denise, it's Councillor Ainsley. Could you explain a bit about, as you said, stabilize 5 and 2 over the next 3 years, could you ballpark like how much money you're looking for?
We are, like I said, Councillor Ainsley, we're entering into, it's a social enterprise project, it's a farm project, and we're just at the infancy stage of it. Once that gets started, then we would be able to realize generate a revenue that would then be able to plug back into the work that we do at 5 and 2 in order to become sustainable.
Okay. And just for the memory of the committee members, could you explain a bit about 5 and 2? I believe currently you serve about 3,000 meals to the community, which includes 5 of our neighborhood improvement areas.
Yes, absolutely. At 5 and 2, we are actually into our 9th year of operation. And since that time, especially during COVID, not that food insecurity was not recognized, I think what COVID did was it highlighted the fact that food insecurity was not just a real thing, but it was just such a growing pandemic on its own. 5 and 2 has been there all along, fighting this food insecurity at a grassroots level. We moved from serving the community, the high needs community, from 1,200 meals a week, let's say even a year and a half to 2 years ago, to over 3,500 meals and meal supports that are going out of our facility every week. Several programs have been started as a result of COVID. We had to redesign how we tackle food insecurity in the community. One of the programs that was developed was a free food pantry, where clients are able to book an appointment through their agency, commit to our free food pantry, and have access to groceries to supplement their weekly food budget. Our model is a little bit different than a food bank. We don't have the long lineups. They have a private, let's say 15, 20-minute shopping period that's just for them. So it's a very dignified approach, and these clients are able to access food that maybe even a food bank might not normally have access to. So there are many programs that are offered through 5 and 2. Another one, Councillor Ainsley, is our Meals to You program. It's a program where clients, again, are able, if there's a need, an identified need, they're able to go onto our website, book a meal, and we then provide free delivery of a nutritionally balanced meal to these individuals. So again, because of COVID, we had to redesign the way we distribute and supply food to our neighbors in need, rather than going out and serving them directly in the food banks. These are some different ways that we can continue to provide these programs that we supply them with food.
Thank you very much, Ms. Steele. Thank you, Councillor Ainsley, for the questions. Looking to see Councillor bringing this into committee now. Councillor Lai, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Can I question?
Sure,
Denise?
yes.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yes, it is.
Okay?
It is a question for Denise. Yes. Question for Denise.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
thought, yeah. All right, sorry. Yeah, Denise, I'm trying to kind of connect you with a church that might have a kitchen or something. Can you just give me a little bit of a do you have to cook there every day, or how does that? I mean, is it the certain time of the week? How often do you have to use the kitchen? Or you said that over 3,500 meals per week.
Right.
Do you cook it spreading out in 7 days, or how does that work?
We don't cook every day. We do have a cooking schedule that accommodates our current partnerships. So, for example, we may have 2 or 3 partnerships on a particular day that we are supplying food to. So we would make sure that everything has been prepped beforehand and able to deliver to them on that particular day. So, for example, we are open 7 days a week, but for the weekends, all of the food is prepped ahead of time, and then our volunteers are able to go in, warm the food up to proper acceptable temperatures, and then we deliver it out to our clients. So no, we don't cook every day of the week, but we do have a cooking schedule based on our current partnership needs.
That's good. I understand it better now. If you can reach out to my office and see how we can help onto your program there.
Thank you, Ms.
Or some space. Yeah. Okay. Can you please reach out to my office now?
Thank you, Ms. Lai. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. Just seeing whether or not there's any other members with any additional questions. Okay, seeing none. Is there a question of staff? Councillor Ainsley, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To staff, could you explain to me, so 5 and 2 kitchens and parents engaged in education, they were originally 2 separate requests, but you've put them together, even though 5 and 2 kitchens deals mainly with, I'll say, food supply, and parents engaged in education, it's more educational resources, but you put them together in the same report.
And so I'm just trying to understand, Councillor Ainsley, and so your question?
Well, they seem 2 very distinct issues. One's around food, and the other organization's more educational supplies. They originally came as 2 requests through this committee, but now you're reporting back to them both on the same item.
We saw them as one item coming to us. Barb is on, and because we've been dealing with both those agencies pretty much together. Barb, can you respond to Councillor Ainsley in more detail for me, please?
Okay, sorry, Anania. I'm okay with that perspective. If that's what I've only got 3 minutes, I think, Mr. Chair.
So that would be you.
Yeah, so Anania, my next question. So I'm trying to understand, in particular with 5 and 2 kitchens, they provide, close to 3,000 meals a week. They're not. I don't think they've received any money from the provincial government, and it's kind of fallen upon the municipal government to provide the services they provide in 5 neighborhood improvement areas. What is the city going to do with, 5 and 2 kitchens had to close tomorrow? How are we going to fill that gap in what they provide?
So through the chair, Councillor Ainsley, we've talked about the other agencies in the area that provide similar services, and while they may not be able to cover everything, we have been working with different agencies. We are continuing to ensure that residents know where to get access and have access to these other agencies. And we will continue to work with 5 and 2 as much as possible as we move forward.
So are you saying that 5 and 2 is duplicating services that other agencies are providing?
No, not at all. Not at all. But what I am saying, if they were not able to provide, if they did not exist, we would make sure that we sent residents, and the residents had access to the other organizations with similar services in the neighborhood or adjoining neighborhoods.
And we would finance those
agencies? Councillor Ainsley, I'll just let her complete the answer, but that's it. for your questioning. Go ahead, please.
I snuck it in there in 2 seconds, Mr. Chair.
Did you? Okay, fair enough. Go ahead. Did you complete sorry, and in one moment, did you complete the question? Because you said you snuck it in for 2 seconds. Did you complete it? Complete it.
I think I did, and there was even a sigh of relief within the 2 seconds I had to get to 3 minutes.
Fair enough.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, maybe you missed that.
I may have. I'll get to it, and go ahead, please. Please answer Councillor Ainsley's question. Thank you.
So, Councillor Ainsley, there are several service agencies within around the areas that provide similar services, and some of them we support, we fund or support, and some of them we don't. But we certainly have access to them and would ensure that residents know how to get the service they need. And we're, as you know, we're trying, and we are, there's more need than there's access everywhere.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. All right, looking to see if there's any members of committee wishing to ask any questions. All right, so let me just make sure, just a quick follow-up to Councillor Ainsley's question, which was, if 5 and 2 wasn't able to provide the services, what other means would be available for the community that is in need? And we know that there's a need. And Councillor Ainsley has pointed that on numerous occasions. So maybe if you just add some additional clarity to that, that would be great. Thank you. I think you're muted.
So Councillor, Deputy Mayor Thompson, you're saying what is the need? No.
I'm just asking to just really clarify, to help us to amplify your response to Councillor Ainsley. You said that if the question was, if 5 and 2 wasn't available to provide the service, what would be available to the community that is in need in terms of other services? I'm just wondering how to rationalize that. How do you explain that?
Yes, and so the good thing about the work that we do in SDFA is that we have access to many agencies. We have relationships with community agencies in and around the area for every ward. And so what I'm saying is, should there be a gap, should this agency not exist, we would become aware of that, and we would do what we always do, which was to make sure that residents knew what the alternative was. We would make sure that we are supporting where we can as best as possible for residents to have access to food services in and around the area. I hope that helped to clarify.
That's great. Thank you very much for that. All right, speakers. Councillor Ainsley, visiting member, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am here to support the report before us. I don't have any motions to move. I did find it very interesting, the discussion that took place on the previous item around the Jamestown food hub. So 5 and 2 kitchens and both parents engaged in education. I brought them here before me, or before you, as the committee, a number of times. 5 and 2 kitchens has been in existence for a number of years now, since I've taken over what's now called Ward 24. 5 and 2 kitchens has outgrown a church basement, an industrial unit. They just outgrown another combination of 2 industrial units, and are now looking for larger space. So it's quite concerning to me. This is a family-run organization. They provide over 3,000 meals a week. I want to thank Ms. Grant and her team for all the work that they have done in supporting 5 and 2 kitchens. But this continues to be a huge concern for me and my community, for the number of meals that they provide, the even food training that's provided by 5 and 2 kitchens, that if they were to disappear, I have to respectfully disagree with Ms. Grant. I'm not sure how the services and the food that they provide to the community will be replicated by other organizations in the community. You've heard from the deputy that they first started, they provided 1,200 meals a week. Now it's 3,000 meals a week, and it's continuing to increase. I did a lot of work with food agencies and food banks in my community during COVID, the demand increased each and every week, along with 5 and 2. So I'm really not aware of any other organizations that are going to fill this hole. And I'm very fearful that if we don't find the financial assistance, the 5 and 2 kitchen needs, along with the facilities that they need to succeed, that it's only going to be to the detriment of many, many families in Eastern Scarborough. And I hope that I won't be back again asking for that hole to be filled. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ainsley. Members, just give me a moment, please. I need to just confer with the clerk. The clerk has just advised me that there is an additional speaker who I did not have any information with respect to. He's a public speaker. And Madam Clerk, can you just maybe advise committee as to what the issue is here? I didn't have a name. You have an additional speaker on this item, is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. It appears that we were in touch by email with the public speaker, but we did not hear back. And then I think what happened is the public speaker joined with another registered public speaker thinking that his registration had been confirmed. So with your indulgence, Mr. Chair, I did not know if you did want to hear from this particular individual. I'll defer to the WebEx host Fortis to confirm that the individual is currently connected.
Okay, well, let's see if the individual is connected. I mean, if he has spent this time and effort to try to speak to us, I think, members, with your permission, I would like to just deviate a little bit from the proceedings in order to allow the speaker to speak. I mean, why would we not want to hear from him? He has made the effort. So, Madam Speaker, please do check with host and see if that speaker is connected. We would hear from him. He would have, again, 3 minutes like everyone else, and we would have the opportunity to question, and then we'll get back to our, as we say, our regular scheduled committee process. Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chair,
yes?
I just have just an extra detail on this, and I apologize for the confusion with the number of items. It appears that this public speaker is on an item that was previously considered by the committee. That's item EC 26.8, not EC 26.9. So apologies for that.
Well,
so if you want to hear,
yeah, we would have to reopen that one. All right, so let me just hold this down for a minute. Let's complete this item, and we will come back to that. I will afford the opportunity for that speaker to speak, but it's rather confusing. It's very unusual for us to do this, but it's a COVID environment, right? So a lot of unusual things taking place. Okay, so let's just complete this one, Madam Clerk, and then we'll come back to you, and you can maybe introduce the speaker. We'll reopen that item. All right, any further speakers on this item? All right, so seeing none, I can just move the recommendation, which is to receive the information here. But before I do that, I'd also want to, thank Councillor Ainsley for his doggedness in pursuit of this and trying to help, members of the community and so on. At the end of the day, Councillor Ainsley, I was just saying, when you were asking staff the question in terms of why are you combining them, it all comes down to money, right? I mean, both these two groups are asking for money to help. It's all about money, and the staff, which through the direction have been asked to find maybe organizations external of our environment to see how we can help this group. I want to commend the staff because it appears that they are working really hard to do just that. So that effort is going forward, and Councillor Ainsley, the efforts that you made in order to take some funds out of the reserve in order to help 5 and 2 and so on, of course, is commendable. And of course, there's a process, right? So there's every effort to try to help in order to facilitate the need in the community. I will just say this one final thing, and this is not a criticism of anything, but I find that when there's a need, yes, there's no doubt, and there's an opportunity. When we invest and we expand, we seem to bring more capacity to the existing program and so on. And I take back I saw something recently where a fellow was driving his Mercedes-Benz into the food bank to pick up some food. And it doesn't speak about his Mercedes-Benz, but it speaks really to the need that exists, because there is a capacity as a need. And in as much as someone referenced and pointed out the vehicle to me and said, how come someone like that is going for food? And I just said, I don't know what these specific needs are, but just because they may drive a car doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't a need and so on. So there's a lot of needs out there. And so I'll just leave it at that and just move the report in front of us. All those in favor?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Sorry, just on a privilege.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just want to. Yeah.
Although you're not entitled, I'll give you the permission. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
I just wanted to thank you for the committee's indulgence. I just wanted to clarify. I hope that my comments weren't taken by staff in a disparaging manner. I can't thank them enough for all of the work that they've done, both to help 5 and 2 and parents engaged in education. My biggest frustration, I think, is having 5 neighborhood improvement areas where there's huge demand for service, and we see very little and nothing from either the provincial or federal government. So I can't thank staff enough for what they're doing to help these 2 organizations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Thank you, Councilor Rinsey. All right, so members, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So, Madam Clerk, you would like us to go back to EC 26.8, just to reopen that item quickly to have this speaker speak on that item. Am I correct in that?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. So we just need a motion just to reconsider the item.
Yes, okay. So a motion, and I don't have one written, obviously, but I'm just going to move that we move to reopen item EC 26.8, supporting food security in St. Jamestown. We have a speaker that somehow was not incorporated in the initial list that we had. The speaker is available now. Madam Clerk, if you would just maybe read out the name of that speaker and invite the speaker to come on, and that speaker will have 3 minutes to speak, and members may have questions, or non-members of the committee may also have questions. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the speaker's name is Alfred Kubach. Alfred, are you connected?
What's up? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. There seems to be some background noise. I wonder if you could turn off, if you have the meetings on your computer, if you can maybe just turn that down, please, and then you can speak. Go ahead, please. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. My name's Alfred Kubach. I've been a member of the Residents Association for, I guess, 10 years or so. I came to this building because I became my sister's caregiver. In order to become her caregiver, I had to sell my house because housing would not let me live here if I owned a house. So that's part of the background, and that's how I got here. Now, when I got here, all these programs that people are talking about, we had. We had a mom and tots. We had an after-school committee. We had breakfast club. The breakfast club was named from a program that we started well over 30 years ago. Vicky, for instance, was 3rd or 4th in the line of people who took over our weaker activity network. But I am right now so upset I can barely speak, because I've heard nothing but lies. This is unbelievable. First of all, we've known about this for well over 10 years. We have the drawings that are using today to approve this. We had those drawings years ago. And thousands of times we've approached housing and said, is this true? Are you really going to give this space? And the answer was always no. All these programs were all shut down after the fire because the fire department said there is no ventilation down there. We cannot cook. We had to remove all the stoves. There is no cooking allowed in the basement. There is no ventilation. And that's how they kept all these programs out for a full 10 years. And this today is the culmination of that activity by housing. Now, why, who, but the big issue is we don't even care if Community Corner gets the space. It doesn't matter. They can have the space. But you can't take everything away from us. Where are the kids going to go? Are they going to have daycare? If they get daycare, they're going to have insurance. They're going to have licenses and everything. When our moms and tots were run by the tenants, there was no licensing requirements. We had all this. And as far as the food table, until last year, community corner never even mentioned the food table. Wait a second. So, I mean, we're now renting a bus to pick at City Hall as soon as it opens in January with the tenants. I mean, this is so out of hand. I don't understand how you can have two complete pictures of what's happening in reality.
Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes is up. Thank you. Let me see if there's any questions of you. Looking for members of committee. There are no questions of you, sir. Thank you very much, members. So I will just move the item as we had already dealt with the matter. All those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you. Moving right along, we are now at EC 2610. It's a request to review Chapter 349, Animal Exemption for Reptilia Zoo. The first speaker that I have is Travis Small, Reptilia. You have 3 minutes. Mr. Small, are you here?
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. My name is Travis Small. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Reptilia. It is my pleasure to discuss our experience and our hopes for a new educational-focused, family-friendly, affordable tourism facility at Harbourfront Center. In 2016, the city opened the door to add new reputable facilities under the animal bylaw. It was designed to eliminate the possibility, to not eliminate the possibility in its entity, but to create a process for City Council to assess the projects. This type of exemption has been done for Ripley's and the Toronto Zoo, which also has venomous animals on site. We are grateful for the support we have received on our proposal from the community, including Destination Toronto, Harbourfront Center, the Waterfront BIA, and the York Key Neighborhood Association. Reptilia is a member of CASA. It has been providing safe, secure, and caring learning environments since 1996, with locations first in Vaughan and then opening in 2018 in Whitby. Our newest location is about to open in London. Reptilia has been offering educational programs for Ontario schools since 1997. We provide educational opportunities for post-secondary students. We work with scouting groups and provide day camps, which have been extremely popular in both Whitby and Vaughan. Reptilia functions as a humane agency for animal welfare, conservation, science, as well as education. Safety and security are at the heart of our operations. 75% of our animals are rescues, 15% come from zoos, and 10% are born at Reptilia. Over the years, Reptilia has been brought in by private and public sector organizations, including the City of Toronto, to assist with rescuing animals. Reptilia are experts in our field and provide a safe sanctuary space. As page 5 of the staff report points out, staff reviewed all existing relevant documentation related to Reptilia's operations. Health and safety protocols, staff found that the training requirements, emergency procedures, and facility security standards are reasonable and to keep the facility staff and public safety. All exhibits are checked daily by staff to ensure safety of the animals and to ensure they cannot escape, which has never happened. Reptilia has a full-time veterinarian staff and trained staff who monitor the health and safety 24/7, 365. We create personalized space for each animal in our care. This includes heating, lighting, security level clearance that are personalized to each animal. As an animal care needs may shift, we ensure Reptilia shifts to meet them. Our safety records do not happen by
Thank
luck.
you, sir. You're at 3 minutes. I ask you to just end now, please. We will ask if there are any questions of you. I just want to remind everyone who will be speaking that you have 3 minutes to speak to members of the committee. 3 minutes only, and then there's an opportunity for questions. Let me just see if there's any questions of you, Mr. Small. Are there any questions for Mr. Small? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Members, before I call the next speaker, we had been waiting for some information regarding EC 26.14, overview and employment lens in the areas south of Eastern Avenue. That information has now come in, and there's been some adjustment, and local councillor Fletcher and others have been able to offer an opportunity for us to be able to deal with this particular item. The clerk has a motion, so I'd like to waive the proceedings at the moment in order just to stand down the list of speakers on EC 2610 so that we can deal with EC 2614. I think it's really quick. So unless there's questions from members or members wishing to speak, let's just make this rather quick. The clerk has a motion, and I've seen the motion. Madam Clerk, would you post the motion, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're just getting that on the screen very shortly.
Okay. Thank you, and I'll just explain to members. So we are going to, in one, we are deferring. There is a presentation that was going to be made by Mr. Cantos. We're deferring that to the new year, and then we're moving recommendations 2 and 3 of the item. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
All right, members, don't know if you need to read any further, but if you do, I will hold it down further, but if not, we could just dispense with this particular item. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. That item has been dealt with. We will now resume our regular item, which is EC 2610. Now we have a next speaker, and again, just remind everyone, you have only 3 minutes to speak. Dr. Clifford O'Warwick, Emergent Disease Foundation. Dr. Clifford, are you with us, sir?
Good afternoon. I assume we have audio, yes?
You do, Dr. Clifford. 3 minutes. You may begin, please.
Thank you, councillors and city staff. Yes, I'm Dr. Clifford Warwick. By way of brief background and interests, I qualified in medical science to postgraduate degree level, specialising in diseases shared between animals and people. I also have a PhD in reptile welfare science, as well as 3 additional postgraduate level professional qualifications in reptile biology. I've produced over 150 peer-reviewed scientific publications in reptile biology and welfare, including many assessment protocols, and including the world's definitive reference volumes on the subject, together with many peer-reviewed publications in human medicine, zoonotic disinfection risk, and public health safety relating to captive wild animals. I'm also a regular independent consultant to governments globally. I've read the Municipal Licensing Standards Report, and I strongly support and fully concur with its rationale and recommendation that the City Council does not grant a site-specific exemption for Reptilia Zoo. And as a specialist, I frequently identify issues that may not be immediately obvious to others. Part of my duties, I did visit a major reptilia site with the SPTA, and I noted numerous significant issues of concern on both public health and safety and animal welfare fronts. In my view, it is particularly salient, in fact, that at this time, when governments internationally are seeking to limit the costly and sometimes tragic challenges that we face to public health and safety, COVID being a notable recent example, as well as many threats to safeguarding animal welfare, that any expansion of activities that are directly or indirectly linked to causing these kinds of problems need to be curtailed, and the kind of issues that relate to Reptilia's zoo are implied in these kind of problems. In my view, the Council's current report rejecting certain expansion of Reptilia's operations, I think, recognises the scientific evidence very rationally and objectively, and has been well researched, and meets the responsible governance that we expect of Toronto nonetheless, and many other governments too. Finally, I really think that major concern is now being expressed by the international veterinary, scientific, and public health and safety communities that expressly messages that interactions between people and exotic animals really should not be permitted, because safe regulation is effectively impossible. I hope that this is of assistance. Thanks again for the opportunity to say something, and if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, Dr. Warwick. Let me just check with committee members to see if there's any questions. Looking at the board. Okay. So, Dr. Ward, let me just ask you a question, maybe a couple of questions. You talk about that, the animals, reptiles and so on should not, I guess I heard you say we should not be entertaining that Reptilia should be allowed to have these reptiles in the city of Toronto. Is that what I heard you say, sir?
Yes, I read the council city staff's report, and I think
So-
their perspective on this is correct. It's balanced and correct, yes.
Right. So would you then be advocating that we close the Toronto Zoo also?
I'm not suggesting that you do close the zoo. No, I think that one of the key elements, as I read it with the report by your staff, is
Right.
flagging the issue of, in particular, what you call MLAPs locally, these interactive experiences. That's one key element that is at the moment within the scientific and veterinary community being quite widely condemned, because those kind of interactions pose a direct and sometimes indirect threat for which the consequences can only be traced back long after the event, and sometimes they can't be properly traced at all. And the consequences of that, of course, for a responsible council can be dire, because effectively you can have an epidemiological problem that's way ahead of you, and it's very difficult to then make an impact on that.
Right. But you have no evidence at this particular point that any of these issues have been, I guess could be attributed to Reptilia, do you?
Well, one of the problems is that it takes quite often months or years of actual back tracing to tie an individual epidemiological outbreak to its source. And this applies right across even to COVID now. We don't know where COVID has started. But the plain fact is that these kind of events are well known to be associated with infections in humans. So this would be merely a normal proactive measure, not to encourage something that we already know causes disease. There have been cases even of up to 300 people being infected by a single event. So they are significantly documented within the scientific literature.
Excellent. Thank you very much for responding to my question, sir. I appreciate you responding. Thank you. Our next speaker is Barry Kent McKay, Born Free USA. Mr. Kent, you have 3 minutes to speak. So Barry Kent McKay with Born Free USA. Are you there, sir?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Thompson and Council, thank you for listening to me. I am Canadian, in spite of the name of the organization I'm representing, and I'm actually speaking not as a conservationist, though I spent my life doing that, nor as an animal welfare, though I've also been involved in that work all my life, and I'm not young. I'm speaking as an artist, which may surprise you, but the fact of the matter is, as an artist who specializes in wildlife, I'm very, very familiar with zoos. In fact, one of my very first gigs was to illustrate all the reptiles of the Toronto Zoo before it opened. So this was in the early 70s. I was in my 30s, and Gunter Voss hired me. I did that. And I've been studying reptiles and amphibians both in the wild, obviously, and in zoos literally all over the world. Seen a lot of it. I've been out to Reptilia. I've seen what they do. And, Mr. Chairman, with due respect, do not conflate them with the Toronto Zoo. When there's been need to, I've been critical of the Toronto Zoo. I supported the moving the elephants. But on the other hand, I also have to say their reptile exhibits, reptile amphibians, very well done. And the main thing is very educational. So the one thing, because I only have 3 minutes, that I want to really, really bear down on is please do not sort of think that, to conflate the two and think that this is, Reptilia is educational in the sense that the Toronto Zoo, or Ripley's Aquarium for that matter, are, in that they, putting a snake or a bearded lizard in a little glass box with a plastic palm tree and a heat lamp over top, that doesn't do it. It's my job to study animals for long periods of time. I can stand there for literally an hour and a half or more, and see the animals move about in an environment at places like the Toronto Zoo, all too rare. We don't need another organization competing with the zoo. So my recommendation is strongly to support the Toronto Zoo by not supporting a change that would allow this Reptilia to move into Toronto. Their purely a commercial enterprise, as I think we can clearly understand. My interest is in education. It just doesn't cut it. Thank you. I don't want to take up any more of your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Chair. We have questions of you. Councillor Ainsley, visiting member. Go ahead, please, Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. To the deputant, so if you, just to clarify, so you would look at the Toronto Zoo as more, when it looks to the animals that it looks after, as more of educational conservancy, as opposed to Reptilia would be a tourist attraction, for lack of a better word.
That's a good way to put it, Councillor Ainsley. The last time you and I spoke, we crossed swords over the elephants, so it's not that I'm sort of blindly in favor of everything that is done by Toronto Zoo, although I am a Toronto Zoo member, I hasten to add. But, I mean, let's give credit where credit is due, and they've done an excellent job. The animals are in a, if you want to put it this way, an ecological context, so that when people look in at them, they can see them move about in an environment that simulates, it's not obviously the same, but simulates the environment that they have in the wild. Also gives the animals a great deal more, not just of enrichment, but of natural behavior that they can exercise, that I think is educational to see. And I think people can literally look at the animals as they would see them in the wild, if in fact they could see them in the wild. So I think it is much more educational. Plus, much better signage and everything all throughout. Not perfect. There's problems I could pick on, but in balance, yes. And I certainly don't like the idea of somebody coming to Toronto and having the two competing. I mean, we have enough trouble getting people into Toronto Zoo. At the gate, we don't need this added on. A very substandard way of showing people reptiles and amphibians.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McKay. I appreciate your time, and it's nice to see that we agree on something. I know we've, as you said, we've had our disagreements in the past.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you both very much, and thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Our next speaker is Ainsley Willock. Ainsley, are you there? You have 3 minutes to speak.
I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Chair Thompson and committee members, my name is Ainsley Willock, and I'm a longtime resident of Toronto and an animal advocate. Thank you for this opportunity to express my views on the request to review Chapter 349. In 2017, I presented to the Licensing and Standard Committee regarding their May 31st report, Prohibited Animals Review. I stated that I supported a ban on all mobile live animal programs, also known as MLAPs, that use prohibited exotic animals from operating in the city. I supported the ban on MLAPs for animal welfare, human health, and safety reasons. Today, I want to let you know that I support Municipal Licensing and Standards November 17th, 2021 report recommendations to this committee that the city not grant a site-specific exemption for Reptilia Zoo at 245 Queens Quay West. The committee made the right decision in the past not to allow prohibited animals in Toronto. To reverse that decision so that a business can profit undermines the prohibited animals decision. It's as if there are no health, safety, and animal welfare concerns if you can profit from having prohibited animals for entertainment purposes. While Reptilia isn't selling reptiles, they are promoting the keeping and breeding of reptiles as pets. They are the legal face of an industry supported by legal and illegal trade that has devastated reptiles around the world. Why would we even consider allowing this industry in the city? We should support a world where reptiles live in their natural habitats for their own interests, not suffering in cages and in the hands of vulnerable children at a birthday party. There are many ways to teach animals about true reptile behavior without caging the animals, without exposing visitors to disease and venom. I ask you to support city staff's recommendation not to grant a site-specific exemption for Reptilia Zoo. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you.
Thank you very much. Let me just see whether or not there are any further questions of you. Seeing none, may I just ask you one question? And I listened to your presentation. So, and I know that I asked Dr. Warwick about the zoo. I'll ask you about the zoo as well. Are you advocating then that the zoo removes all of the reptiles that are there from the zoo and or the animals for that matter?
Well, I think I would defer to what the previous deputant spoke about, Barry Kai. He is an expert in reptile behavior in that, and he is relatively pleased with what goes on at the zoo. So
let me ask you then an additional question. So if what goes on at the zoo and Reptilia is able to replicate what goes on at the zoo, would you support it? But because I heard what you indicated and other speakers have indicated about wanting to make sure that I think ecological context was a comment, the environment was a comment in terms of the areas where the animals are kept and they were small and so on. I'm just wondering if it was if others were able to replicate what the zoo does, would that be something that you support? Notwithstanding the fact that people talk about the competition, because I hear that coming loud and clear that there's a desire not to have competition. I'm curious as to what your response would be. Would you support the ability for others to be able to replicate what the zoo does?
Chair, I don't support birthday parties with children touching reptiles. I just think the entire process is unwarranted, and it undermines everything that the city has done.
Okay.
That's
okay. Fantastic. Thank you very much for that. That's very helpful. Our next speaker is Scott. I think it's Tinney. Scott, hi. How are you, though? You have.
Sorry, I'm good, thank you.
Thanks very
Sorry
much.
to interrupt.
No.
You got the pronunciation right. I was just giving you the thumbs up more than anything.
All right. Thanks very much. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Chair Thompson, and to the committee in general. Just to introduce myself, I'm Scott Tinney. I'm a staff lawyer with Animal Justice, a national animal law advocacy organization focused on preventing cruelty to animals through, among other things, the enforcement of existing municipal, provincial, and federal laws. Our organization is located in the heart of downtown Toronto, and many of our thousands of supporters are closely following the council's decision in this matter. So I just wanted to thank the committee again for giving me the time to speak on such an important issue for our supporters. So jumping right in, it's Animal Justice's position, like a lot of the previous speakers, that the City Council should not grant a site-specific exception to Reptilia to operate at the Harbourfront Centre. There are a variety of reasons why Animal Justice believes this exception would not be beneficial for the City of Toronto, many of which have been correctly outlined in the ECDC report, which we support. But I'm just going to focus on a few points, which I'll try to go through in turn and try not to take up too much time here. So first and most importantly, the serious animal welfare concerns with allowing facilities like Reptilia to operate within the boundaries of the City of Toronto are well documented and have been raised by several groups and submissions made to the Council. Our position on this point is simple. The City of Toronto should be reluctant to support exemptions which go beyond its own commendable bylaws and promote an increase of the number of exotic animals to be allowed in the city boundaries. Many of the animals that Reptilia would possess, exhibit, and display, often at mobile live shows, have basic needs which just cannot be adequately met in captivity, whether regarding diet, space, environment, stressors, exercise, socialization, etc. As per the ECDC's own report on this matter, Toronto Animal Services echoes these worries, and that is something that we have significant concern about as well. So put simply, though, it's our belief that the city should not support a proliferation of these types of animals at institutions like Reptilia within its boundaries. We believe they should be especially cognizant and careful of doing so, given that an introduction of an increased number of exotic animals in the boundaries gives rise to a significant responsibility to expertly oversee the animals in the city and to be able to be responsive to prospective complaints regarding the treatment and care of these animals. Moving on, there's also public health and safety concerns, which we've touched on briefly already. I won't go into detail because a lot of people are a lot more qualified than I am to discuss the specifics of zoonotic diseases. However, there has been acknowledged a risk of creating zoonotic disease transmission through direct and indirect contact with animals, which kind of comes part and parcel with these mobile live animal programs. So I'll just jump to my last point, which I'll try to briefly get through here, is that the city should be strongly against overriding the current bylaw, which is largely touted as quite progressive and is something that we support, as it risks setting a dangerous precedent. Historically, the city of Toronto has been considered a leader in protecting the health and welfare of animals. We worry that if they move to exempt Reptilia from its bylaw, it could be viewed as reversing a positive trend and could potentially result in damage to the city and creating a precedent to other businesses that exemption
Thank you, sir.
Granted.
3 minutes.
Thank you.
All right, let me see if there's any questions for you. Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much for your presentation, sir. Our next speaker is Liz White, Animal Alliance of Canada. Ms. White, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes. You may begin, please. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Just to say thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Liz White. I'm a director with the Animal Alliance of Canada. And I wanted to come before you to ask you to turn down the requested exemption for Reptilia to operate in the City of Toronto. And I wanted to address this issue of comparison between Reptilia and the Toronto Zoo, that the Toronto Zoo has exemptions and therefore why not Reptilia? And I'm going to take the specifics of the venomous animals specifically. The Toronto Zoo has very few venomous animals in its care, and it has that because it understands how dangerous and difficult it is to care for and deal with those specific animals. Let me read what Reptilia has in terms of venomous snakes. Eastern diamondback, western diamondback, Egyptian cobra, cottonmouth water moccasin, various rattlesnakes, false water cobra, green mamba, puff adders, forest cobras, and western diamondback. Those are just some of the venomous snakes that this entity will have in a building in downtown Toronto. And I think what has not been considered by this committee is if anything happens, human error, a fire in the premises, or any sort of natural disaster event, what we are putting at risk are people like firefighters and police officers who may have to go into those premises without knowing what they are faced with the dangers of the animals that are there. And I think that is really unconscionable to allow that to happen. And the third thing is that animal service staff are not in any way equipped to deal with the animals that are at Reptilia should they escape. And I think we ought to abide by what the bylaw's intent was, which is to protect our citizens in Toronto from animals that are dangerous to us and to the environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. White. Let me see if there's any questions for you, looking at community members. There are no questions of you. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Our next speaker is Rachel Plotkin, the David Suzuki Foundation. Rachel, are you with us?
I am. Thank you.
Excellent. You have yes, I can hear you, and members can hear you as well. You have 3 minutes. Members may ask you questions after you're finished your presentation. So you may begin. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair and Councillors, for the opportunity to speak today. I work for the David Suzuki Foundation. I'm a wildlife campaigner. And the David Suzuki Foundation, for those who aren't familiar with it, works through science and policy to conserve and protect the natural environment and to create a sustainable Canada. The foundation has millions of supporters. We reach millions, at least 1 million people each week, with thousands of those based in Toronto. And it's hard for me to find new things to say, as my colleagues have that have gone before me have spoken on so many points. I do want to say one thing, which is about the framing of the issue. I know that often people who advocate for animals are seen as like a fringe group or seen as like a special interest group, but I have found that in my work as a wildlife campaigner, that my job is about trying to ensure that healthy wildlife populations persist, and that is actually a common value that is shared widely and even across all political stripes. Last week I was researching about advocacy for panthers in Florida, and it was a new legislation was passed by a Republican-controlled legislature working mostly with cattle ranchers. So I truly believe that the interest in healthy wildlife populations and in treating animals so that they don't suffer is a universal belief. Mr. Small says that his organization advances conservation, and I strongly disagree. There are direct links between his type of organization, or Reptilia even in particular, and the pet trade. I mean, as I think Ainsley mentioned, it sells pet products for people who do own exotic pets. And exotic pets have significant impacts on the natural ecosystem. they degrade nature both through their removal and their release. So I also urge the city not to grant the exemption to Reptilia in Toronto. And there's Science Matters, a column written by David Suzuki that's actually coming out about exotics in syndicated papers across Canada today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me check to see if there's any questions for you. I see no questions. Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Ronald Ornstein. Dr. Ornstein, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
We can hear you, sir. You have 3 minutes. You may begin. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, councillors. My name is Ronald Ornstein. I'm a zoologist, and I'm also a lawyer, as it happens. I have been working for many years on issues relating to the wildlife trade. I'm based in Mississauga, but I was born in Toronto. And in fact, I did many years ago prepare a paper for then Zoo Director Ron Barbaro on using the zoo as a joint zoo and botanical garden. So I'm quite familiar with Metro Toronto Zoo. I'll come to that. I just want to say, so you know, that my experience has been since 1987. I've been involved very closely with meetings of the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species, or CITES. I've been a registered observer since then. I'm the author of 12 books on wildlife conservation. I'm now completing a 13th, including 2 books on the natural history of turtles worldwide. I'm a member of 3 species survival commission specialist groups in the International Union of Conservation of Nature, including the tortoise and freshwater turtle specialist groups. So I'm speaking to this issue on 2 main points that I want to raise, and they relate to the 2 big differences from what the councillor has said between Metro Zoo and Reptilia. Reptilia does 2 things that Toronto Zoo does not do. One is taking these MLAPCs, taking animals out so people can handle them, and the other is selling paraphernalia associated with the pet trade. These relate to 2 interlinked issues that I think the bylaw was originally intended to address and which have now become even more important. First of all is the issue of disease transmission, which is a serious issue for people touching and handling reptiles. There's a long list, as Dr. Warwick pointed out, of disease organisms such as salmonella and various parasites, Giardia, Sporidium, Toxoplasma, a number of things that have been spread in this fashion. So that is something to be concerned about as a public health issue. The other is the wildlife trade, which is a serious conservation concern for many, many species of reptiles in the world, and that by encouraging the sale of paraphernalia associated with the trade, you are feeding into a major conservation concern for reptiles worldwide, which is people having exotic reptile pets, many of which are brought in illegally or under questionable circumstances. I feel that Toronto, in its bylaw, is in the forefront of what we ought to be doing about these things, and we shouldn't take the retrograde step of approving this facility from operating. I point out, Reptilia is in Vaughan. It's not like it's in Yellowknife. If you want to get there by public transport, you can. You don't need it in the city of Toronto, and you don't need to be in competition with yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Right on the mark, 3 minutes. Let me see if there are any questions of you. Yes, we have a question of you from Councillor Ford. Councillor Ford, you may begin. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'll be brief. Thank you very much, Doctor, for your presentation to the committee. Just, I guess, a question, and there was a couple of deputies have mentioned it now, the possibility of infectious disease while handling these animals. What degree can that happen? Obviously, in the times of COVID, that's what we're talking about, but to what degree, or what are the chances of that happening?
Well, I believe they're really quite considerable. I might remind you that there used to be quite a common thing to sell small baby turtles, mostly red-haired sliders, in pet stores. And that was stopped because there were many cases of salmonella resulting from the way these animals were being kept and sold. It's much more of a problem when you're dealing with animals that are held for sale than if you were to go out in the wild and pick up a turtle because of the controlled conditions under which they are kept. We're not talking, I admit, about pandemic diseases that are spread from human being to human being. Reptiles don't seem to be involved in that so much, but we are talking about children contacting, touching turtles and animals particularly. It is a very widespread, identified phenomenon around the world. And as I say, you can no longer buy a pet turtle in the Eaton Center for that very reason. That was stopped precisely because of that risk. So I think that opening that up further or creating further opportunities or encouraging people that it's okay to do this is just going to create more problems.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ford. All right, we're moving right along to our next speaker is Erica Ritter. Erica, are you here with us?
Chair, that speaker is online but has not connected her microphone system.
Okay, are you in touch with her about connecting her microphone?
Chair, that speaker is now connecting.
Okay.
Okay.
Erica Ritter, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead, please. You have 3
can't believe
minutes.
it. I used to be in media. You'd think I could handle technology better than this. Thank you very much to
It's not an indication. It's just the nature of technology. There's so many twists and turns.
First WebEx adventure, and I do apologize. And
No
thank you,
problem.
Councilor
Welcome.
Thompson, and thank you, committee, for taking up this matter and also allowing people to speak on it. I don't represent an organization. I am a concerned citizen, I guess is what you could call me. I was involved in 2016 and 17 when the Licensing and Standards Committee took up the question of tightening Toronto's prohibitive bylaws against certain exotic species. I thought then that was the right thing to do. I was very pleased when it happened. I'm concerned that there might be an exemption created for Reptilia or for any other enterprise that wants to bring in prohibited species into the city of Toronto. There have been many more qualified speakers than me previously on the disease aspect of this, and also on simply the business of whether the Toronto Zoo handles issues of housing and care differently. So what I'd like to speak about is the fact that the way Reptilia pitches itself, definitely it seems to be about selling a product. On their website, they say our unique facility hosts 250 species of reptiles, amphibians, and arachnids from all around the world, representing animals that cannot be found in other Canadian zoos. When they talk about their engagement with the public, it's not the idea of an animal sanctuary where these creatures who have been rescued find quiet and a quiet sanctuary life. They talk about engaging with our passionate cast members, which is how they refer to their staff, as they perform their reptile care duties, which makes it sound more like a theatrical production, might be suitable for Harbourfront if it didn't involve these exotic and sometimes dangerous species. Animals don't exist for our entertainment. I don't think that's a good lesson to teach children by carting reptiles to birthday parties, to school events, educational events. The idea that an animal in an environment like this gets any intrinsic satisfaction from it is wrong. Dogs and cats and horses interact with us, and perhaps we hope to derive pleasure from it. Reptiles in cages do not. Ages ago in the 90s, Toronto outlawed circus animal acts within the city limits. I would hate to see a city that was viewed as progressive then, that became a model for other cities, to regress to a point where other cities would look at us and say, what happened? Why are you back in the bad old days? So I do speak against this and hope that you will hear my words and the words of others. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Ritter. Let me see if there's any questions off you. There are no questions. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Verona Bessel. Ms. Bessel, are you with us?
Yes, I am. And it's Verena Bessel.
Yeah, Verena Bessel. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome. You had 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Thompson and committee members, for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. As a longtime Toronto resident, I'm not an expert in anything, and I stand somewhat intimidated by the experts that you had testify. But I'm going to say, as a Toronto resident, I'm concerned about this. The bylaw to which Reptilia Zoo is seeking an exception is a very thoughtful and well-constructed piece of municipal legislation, which was put in place to address the very concerns which I share and I'm going to articulate briefly, namely the protection of public safety and concern for animals. Reptilia's application includes the display of and housing and display of animals that are prohibited by the current bylaw and prohibited with good reason. They're focused specifically on the fact that there are 23 venomous species included in the application, and this represents a significant potential danger to health and safety. Consider that it's been determined in the staff report that local emergency departments, I quote, generally do not have the capacity to manage anti-venoms. A reptile zoo in the middle of Canada's largest city housing 23 venomous species seems to me a misguided step. In any emergency situation, staff and first responders would be at risk, and of course visitors, many of whom are would-be children who are naturally interested in these animals. Well, that just seems very concerning to me. In addition, Reptilia's model of mobile live animal programs, the MLAPs, that attend schools and events including birthday parties, this just again strikes me as courting potential disaster. Accepting Reptilia from the bylaw would potentially set a precedent for other operations seeking to exhibit and profit from exotic animal species. I'll touch again on some animal concerns now, and I'm no expert, I repeat, but I find Reptilia's model of display to represent a commodification of animals. Reptilia is a commercial for-profit operation that promotes the display of and mobile interaction with animals for entertainment purposes. This is not a model in sync with progressive modern attitudes towards animals. The City of Toronto has displayed very progressive policies related to animals, as evidenced in this specific instance by the current bylaw and by the staff report dated November 17th, which recommends against Reptilia's application for exception. And this is a recommendation with which I am in full agreement. I urge the committee to follow the report recommendations. Let's continue to be a progressive city and not move backwards. A world-class city like Toronto.
Thank you, ma'am. Your 3 minutes is up. Thank you. Your 3 minutes is up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me see whether or not there are any questions of you. I see no questions of you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Our next speaker is Rob Laylaw, Zoo Check. Mr. Laylaw, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, sir. Good afternoon and welcome. You have 3 minutes to speak. Members may ask you questions after you have concluded.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Thompson, and hello, members of council. My name's Rob Laidlaw. I'm Executive Director of a Toronto-based wildlife protection organization called Zoo Check. We've been in existence for the last 39 years. I'm a chartered biologist, a former Humane Society inspector, and for all of those 39 years, I've worked both in Ontario, across Canada, and throughout the world, most recently in Japan, Indonesia, and Pakistan, on exactly the kinds of issues we're talking about today. I wanted to reiterate one point that was brought up by a couple of other people, because I think it's worth mentioning again, and that is that we should not, as Mr. Mackay said, conflate the Reptilia commercial zoo operation with either Ripley's Aquarium or the Toronto Zoo. They are vastly different animals, so to speak. And I would point out as well that the Toronto Zoo has been on its present site for almost 50 years. It was obviously there, it was grandfathered in. There's no discussion about doing anything with Toronto Zoo when these issues came up. And Ripley's Aquarium opened in October 2013 was already there. You know, at the risk of being redundant, and I guess that's a risk when you go last, I'm going to just talk about a couple of things. One, this idea of competition. If you look at what's happened to the Toronto Zoo under, with these conditions of the pandemic, you see that Toronto Zoo has suffered quite considerably. And there's no necessity to create competition for them. And when you look at a place like Reptilia or other animal attractions, I engage in these discussions all the time. They will draw people away from the Toronto Zoo. I don't think you should be creating more competition for the Toronto Zoo, especially in these trying times. And think about it. In Whitby, just 15 minutes down the road from Scarborough, there's a Reptilia. In Vaughan, there's one that you can take the TTC subway station to and get on a bus ride for 8 minutes and be there. They're already there. So they're to the west, or sorry, to the east, they're to the north, and now we want one to the south. We shouldn't be doing that. We should be protecting the Toronto Zoo. I've had my differences with the Toronto Zoo, but it is a significant City of Toronto asset, a long-term financial investment, and it is doing actually some very good work. And I was out there on Sunday looking at reptile exhibits, and there were many of them that were extremely high quality. The only other thing I want to say is that Reptilia doesn't need an exception if they want to conduct their business. These animals that they want are the very few reptiles that are prohibited in Toronto. Big, dangerous animals. They're the marketing tool. We don't need to give a private business that opportunity. So I would say, please support the staff recommendation as is.
Thank you, sir. 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Our final speaker is Martin Canale, Harbourfront Center. Martin, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me, sir?
Just barely. I wonder if you can maybe either speak up or somehow turn your volume up. I'll turn mine up as well, but mine's at pretty good rate at the moment. Can you try again, please?
Can you hear me now?
Not very clearly.
Okay.
I don't know if it's just me. Members, can you hear him loudly? Okay, we're all having some challenges hearing you, sir. So I wonder if you could maybe just make some adjustment to your system.
How about on the computer? Can you hear me now?
Much better, sir. Can you hear much better, members? One moment, sir, please. I'm just looking for a nod of the heads of committee members. Can you hear him? Okay, we can hear you better, so we will proceed, sir. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, Chair Thompson and councillors, here on behalf of Harbourfront Center. Harbourfront Center is the potential landlord.
Martin, sorry, can I just interject? I'll hold your time at 14 seconds to begin. I think that you have maybe 2 particular items that are open because we can hear some feedback and it's not helpful because we can't hear you clearly. I don't know if you do have 2 items open. It just seems as if there is.
How about now? Because I turned off my phone.
Much better. Yes, that's much better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to start your time at 0 again. So just to maybe clerks will start the time at 0. Okay. You may begin, sir. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Thompson and councillors, for the opportunity to speak to you today on this item. My name is Martin Keneally. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Harbourfront Center, an iconic waterfront arts, culture, and recreational nonprofit. We've been in negotiations for more than a year to lease 245 Queens Quay West, the north building with Reptilia. The building has been without a tenant, full-time tenant since 2017, and it is an important revenue source for Harbourfront Center operations and programs. While the staff report indicates there is no financial impact, there is a significant financial impact on Harbourfront Center and the surrounding businesses, whose operations have been very significantly impacted by COVID-19. We have read the staff report and we've also met with the staff on this item. We remain supportive of Reptilia's application, assuming they can address the concerns raised by staff. Reptilia's proposal is for a family-oriented year-round business that will cater to local residents, GTAA, and international audiences. There are also overlaps with Harbourfront Center's school visits and camps program with their accredited science curriculum that will be of mutual benefit to both organizations. Harbourfront Center school visits sees an average of 30,000 students visit the site during a normal year and has one of the largest summer camps program in the province with an average of 3,500 students annually participate. Should the application be unsuccessful, Harbourfront Center will likely engage with some of the other applicants for the lease, which include other permitted uses such as food, beverage, and entertainment, with some restrictions. In summary, Reptilia is a low noise impact, high commercial economic benefit tenant supported by the local residents. The YQ&A has been very supportive. That's the people that live in the area. The WBIA, Destination Toronto, and ourselves. that will contribute to building back the waterfront business and economic development and support Harbourfront Centre financially. Thank you, Chair Thompson, for allowing us to address the committee on this item.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me see if there's any questions for you. Seeing none. All right, thank you. Members, those are all the speakers. I would now like to maybe open the matter up for questions of staff. Anyone have questions of staff? Okay, well, why don't I ask staff a couple of questions? Staff, question to staff, can you help us to understand how you conducted your research in order to prepare this report? Did you visit the Reptilia site, for example? Have you spoken with the province and others in order to garner information in order to help you to prepare the report that's in front of us today? I'm not sure which staff, but just staff.
Yeah, thank you. I'll start. I'm going to defer. I think it's most appropriate that these be answered by Dr. Esther Attard, the city's Director of Animal Services and Chief Veterinarian. So Esther, go ahead.
So yes, we conducted as thorough a review as we could, and yes, we did go to both Reptilia sites to view for ourselves. We did request an FOI from the province to find out if there were any issues, just to, again, to do our due diligence. Not that we expected anything, but we did find some concerns when we did that.
Are you able to tell us what those concerns were that you found in terms of your FOI to the provincial government?
So we did find that there were some animal welfare issues, along with some issues around staff not being able to find processes that they should follow should there be safety issues. The animal welfare issues were quite concerning because there was lack of water for some of the animals, and that, to me, for a facility of the caliber that I thought it was, is quite concerning.
Okay. Can you speak to what some of the speakers were speaking about? Because we obviously rely on you and your judgment in terms of the transfer of diseases from animals to humans and so on. And how concerned are you about that with respect to a Reptilia venue in the city of Toronto? And just as a component part of that question, because I only have 3 minutes, have you spoken to those other municipalities where Reptilia is located to see whether or not there are concerns and what concerns they had regarding that matter? Thank you.
So we did speak to cities where Reptilia locations are currently, and they did not report any issues with those concerns. Those concerns are real, they do exist, and especially for young children under 5, immunocompromised persons, as well as seniors. So it is a real thing, but and there are ways to control it by not handling and not coming into contact with those animals. But some of the activities at Reptilia promote that kind of interaction.
I see. Now, competition with the zoo wasn't formed a part of your report or your examination. That wasn't something that was of interest to you. Would I be correct to assume that?
Yes, that's correct. We did not enter into any of that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Looking to members of committee to see whether or not there's any further question. Thank you very much, Doctor. All right. To speak. All right. Visiting members of committee first, Councillor Ainsley, and then we'll take this into committee and we'll start with Councillor Cressy as a member. Thank you. Go ahead, please, Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. I will be brief. I know you're under a 2 o'clock deadline to try and get this meeting resolved. I'm here to support the staff recommendations in this report. Speaking as a city councillor who happens to be chair of the board of directors of the Toronto Zoo, although I know the Toronto Zoo has taken no official position on Reptilia, but I certainly speak from my experience in dealing with keepers, the wildlife at the Toronto Zoo, my experience as on the board of directors of the Toronto Region and Conservation Authority, the Rouge Park Alliance, all those things combined when it comes to animal conservancy, making sure that animals are properly cared for. I certainly support the recommendations before you today that this exemption not be granted. And I think I my view has been validated by a number of the deputants that have spoken today. One in particular, Mr. McKay. We don't always see eye to eye on things, as he said, but we certainly agree here that the exemption for Reptilia should not be granted. You know, first and foremost, when it comes to animal welfare, I don't think that this exemption would meet those standards that we're looking for as the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ainsley. All right, we'll bring this matter into committee. The first committee member is Councillor Cressy. Councillor Cressy, you may begin. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I can move the staff recommendations. Listen, when the Harbourfront Centre, a valued partner and cherished partner in our city, and Reptilia approached the city about this request, we asked city staff to review it, and city staff have provided us a recommendation here today. For my part, I have 3 objectives. I would like to see this building that has been vacant too long animated. I would like to support the Harbourfront Centre, and I would like to address and acknowledge the public health and animal welfare concerns that were raised. And I think we need to find a way to accomplish all 3 of those objectives. And the threshold has not been met for all 3 of those. And so for that reason, I'll be supporting the staff recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cressy. Looking to see whether or not anyone else was speaking. Okay. All right, let me just add my voice to this matter. I've asked a number of questions, and some of them were probing in the sense because I just wanted to have clarification. I've asked about the zoo, having been a former member of the zoo board. I know how they operate, and it's a fantastic organization, quite frankly. Listen, I have 2 hats that I wear. One is, of course, we're economic development. We're always looking to have, venues here in the city where people will come and see and explore and create opportunities and bring jobs to the city, and that's extremely important. But I also have to be concerned about the interest and the welfare and the well-being and the concerns that are being brought forward by our professional staff and so on. I have visited one of the Reptilia facilities in Whitby. It's an interesting facility, nice, great people out there that I met. But I am no expert with respect to the health and well-being and welfare of how these animals should be kept. We've heard from experts here who have expressed to us concerns, which is in support of the staff recommendation. I have met with our staff, Mr. Brand and other staff members. We've gone through exhaustively the report that they have put forward. We've heard that there are concerns and so on. And so, it's extremely important for us also at the same time to follow the rules that we've actually put in place to safeguard interests. And I don't have any compelling ability to go against the recommendations that the staff have actually put forward here. I've questioned some of the speakers, and I will say that my questions were simply just to draw information. It wasn't to be confrontational or anything of that kind. I don't think my questions were such, but just to reiterate that point. And we have policies, and in as much as I support and want to encourage investments in the city, and we want more amenities and more attractions and so on, according to the staff recommendation, obviously, and the information that we are hearing from presenters here, obviously this is not that type of attraction that we want to encourage in the city. We have spent a lot of time putting together a policy that is in place, that it has been referenced by a number that suggests that we are world class in terms of what we have done. I don't have the ability to challenge what has been put in front of us. The experts have spoken, our professional staff, and we thank the staff for the report that's been forward. The letter that came forward, which was to committee, came from Councillor Cressy, the local councillor, and he has expressed. We've asked staff to respond. Staff has responded, and the information they provide us, I think we should stick to what they have recommended. And so that Councillor Cressy has moved the item already. So I will now ask for a recorded vote on this particular item. So, Madam Clerk, would you take a recorded vote, please, on this item?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. So members, when I call your name, please unmute your mic, indicate your vote by stating in favor or opposed, and put your mic back on mute. Councillor Cressy?
In favor of the staff recommendations.
Councillor Ford?
In favor.
Councillor Lai?
In favor.
Councillor Thompson?
In favor.
Mr. Chair, that vote is unanimous with 4 members in favor and 2 members absent.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and thank you, members of committee. Madam Clerk, looking at my list, I have an exhaustive list that appears to have been exhausted. I'm wondering if you can concur as to whether your list is also exhausted, and we've concluded the agenda, which will allow Councillor Ford to get to his Police Service Board.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, I want to thank you certainly for Madam Clerk for your work today. I want to thank all the staff members, everyone who participated. I want to thank the members of the public who have come to speak to the matters before committee today. As this is our last committee until the new year, I want to wish members of the committee a tremendous holiday. I know we still have lots of work to do. We still have council and so on, but I want to thank you all very much and wish you and your family safe and happy holidays. And of course, we want to always thank Councillor Ainsley for coming to keep our company and so on. It's never the same without you, Councillor Ainsley. Thank you so much. With that, I would like to ask a motion to adjourn.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you, everyone.
Councillor Ainsley. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Have a good afternoon, everyone. All the best. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.